Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Lancer and Mist facing off right now on red line to see who wins. Lancer has clearly held the advantage in this rivalry, winning over 53% of their previous meetings. But the recent trend tells a different story since Mist has taken a few of their latest encounters. It will be interesting to see who controls the momentum as we move deeper into this set. Lancer is really capitalizing on those high ground spots early on to keep the lead. Lancer has a bit more experience on the ladder overall. Unreal, Mist barely scrapes through that scrap on the ramp to even things up at 2-2. Mist is looking incredibly sharp right now, just completely dominating the pace of this set. A complete shutout here as the streak hits 3 for Mist. The lower ranked player is simply outclassing him right now. Lancer secures the trade from the ramp to hold the run. The higher seeded player is starting to put some pressure back on. Mist is really finding his footing today, comfortably pushing the lead to a 2-round gap. Mist has a bit of a grudge match going tonight. Mist had no trouble clearing that ramp, and the gap just keeps widening. He's certainly making the most of his luck today. The surge is real for Mist, who just hammered home another victory to build a substantial 4-round cushion. Absolutely ruthless. He's not letting up a single inch as we head toward the break. Mist takes a big lead, 9-3. Well, it's a total flip from what we expected. Lancer usually controls the head-to-head, but he's struggling to keep up here. Lancer's got a steep hill to climb. What a nail-biter. Mist manages to shoot Lancer off the ramp in a chaotic exchange that almost went the other way. That's an incredibly tight escape for him. Lancer currently holds a 21-15 record over the last day. It's a strong showing that proves he can keep his composure even when he's trailing by 6 rounds. He'll need to maintain this focus if he wants to mount a real comeback. Lightning fast reaction there to shut down the comeback and put the game on the line. Lancer puts up a fierce resistance here, keeping the dream alive for just a bit longer. He's proving he can still compete despite the heavy deficit. He's not going down easily, securing another effortless win in this stretch. He just wouldn't let up, finally knocking Mist off the ramp to keep his streak alive. This grit is exactly why he entered today as the favorite. Lancer manages to outlast him in a frantic brawl to extend this surge to 4 straight. We're seeing a total shift in the energy here. And there it is. Mist closes the series with a perfect finish to take the victory. He really knows how to deal with the pressure. That's another one in the books for the underdog today. Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Aster and Mist facing off on Italy to see who comes out on top. Aster is entering this duel with a strong 32-9 record over the last day. It looks like he's bringing that momentum right into this set. It will be interesting to see if Mist can find a way to respond after starting on the back foot. Aster holds a slim lead as they head back. His previous 39 loss to Aster today didn't seem to shake him. Mist is really starting to put the pressure on taking control of the momentum here. The odds actually lean toward the challenger in this series. Aster stays ahead by a single round here. He's coming off some really strong results against Omnic earlier today. A dead heat now as Mist ties it up. It's a tight fight for the ladder's top 15. Neither of these guys is letting the other breathe. We're seeing these rounds fly by in a flash. Absolute deadlock as we hit a 4-all stalemate. His current form has him firmly in that middle tier of the ladder. Mist surges ahead by 1, taking a narrow lead. He's playing with a lot of confidence after that 13-8 win over Lancer. He is absolutely taking over now, picking up his 3rd straight win. The higher rated player is starting to look vulnerable. He's practically untouchable right now, securing another win to put a firm grip on the early lead. Mist takes the first half 7-5 well. Everything is playing out exactly as expected so far. He's holding a small lead and looks comfortable heading into the switch. Aster needs to find his rhythm. Aster manages to disrupt that run, showing some real grit to close the gap. His status as the favorite is finally starting to translate. He's really clawing his way back into this, bringing the score level at 7-all. He's really fighting for that spot in the top 15 right now. A grueling exchange here, but he comes out on top and takes the lead. The momentum has completely shifted in favor of the higher seed. Unbelievable speed on that shot. He keeps on rolling to claim a 4th straight. Another lightning fast response, and he's completely turned this match on its head. A solid answer from Mist, proving he's not going to fold despite the deficit. He's showing a lot of resilience throughout this series. A total shutdown by Mist, who completely wipes out the momentum shift with another effortless kill. What a battle, he barely survives that exchange, clutching out the win with a handful of health left. That was an incredibly tight exchange to get the lead back. That's an incredible showing from Aster, who just needs one more to seal the victory. He stays focused, shutting down a huge opening and keeping himself in this match. He's refusing to go down without a fight, keeping the dream alive with another successful push. This is a huge moment for the underdog to keep the score tight. What a turnaround. Mist secures his 3rd straight point to force an absolute nail-biter of an overtime. The tension is through the roof as we head into overtime. He's just on another level right now, closing it out with a perfect burst. Absolute dominance from the challenger in this closing stretch. What a response. Aster shuts that door firmly to keep the pressure high in overtime. The pressure is mounting for both as they battle for a top seed. He's simply not letting up, securing another rapid kill to hold the advantage. A pair of fast kills to regain total control. Absolute precision from Mist, who just hammered home a clean shot to keep the scores locked at 14 apiece. The underdog is refusing to buckle under the pressure. Aster simply refuses to break, knocking him off the wine to put himself on match point. A lightning fast read to get the lead back. What a finish! He shuts the door on this series and completes an incredible climb back to victory. The veteran experience of Mist really showed in this set, but he just couldn't find that final answer. Hard-fought win. Welcome everyone. Lancer and Aster are facing off on orange, where the slight favorite looks to secure a strong victory. Aster is currently on a tear with a 33-9 record over the last day. It's a huge contrast to the rough patch Lancer has been enduring lately. We'll see if the veteran experience can help Lancer turn things around. Aster's just pulled ahead, pushing the lead to 2-1. The two are dead, even in their head-to-head history. Lancer is really having a hard time getting any momentum going here. Just a few points shy of a top 10 ladder spot. Aster's now sitting comfortably with a 3-2 lead. The veteran is showing a bit more poise after those losses to Mist. Unbelievable. He barely walks away from that chaotic exchange, evening the score at 3-3. Lancer is certainly playing like the favorite right now. He's just taking over this match, securing a third straight victory. A big shift from that losing streak he suffered against Mist. Aster responds quickly to bring things back to a deadlock. The two are incredibly close in the ladder rankings right now. Aster regains the upper hand at 5-4. The momentum is swinging towards the 15th seed right now. Lancer fights back to make it a 5-all deadlock. A very tight battle for the upper half of the ladder. Lancer is starting to really put the pressure on, taking control of the map as we head into the final stretch of the half. We go into the break tied at 6-6. I mean, this is exactly the kind of close battle the analysts predicted. Lancer is holding his own despite Aster's strong run of form lately. Let's see who finds the rhythm. Aster just edges ahead, claiming a narrow 1-point lead. The veteran is fighting a tough battle against a hot opponent. Aster is showing an incredible level of consistency on this map with that 75% win rate. It seems like he's fully capitalized on the historical advantage he holds here. It's really putting Lancer in a hole as we approach the finish line. Aster pushes for 9, putting Lancer in a bind. He's certainly making his recent run of form look effortless. The pressure is really mounting for Lancer now that the gap has widened to 3. The momentum has clearly shifted away from the pre-match favorite. He's not going away quietly, clawing his way back into this match. He's certainly showing why he was the preferred pick going into this. Aster seems to have the answer for every move Lancer makes right now. The former winner of their last meeting is looking very sharp. That's a complete shutout, and he's proving that he's not folding under the pressure. The gap in their current seedings is definitely playing a factor. Another clean exchange for Lancer, who is showing some real grit by refusing to let Aster slide away with it. Aster shuts that door quickly, putting himself in a commanding position to close the series. He has consistently looked stronger in the head-to-head history. Lancer keeps this dream alive, showing incredible resolve to stop Aster from sealing the deal. He is fighting for his life in this series. What a finish! Aster closes it out with a perfect shot to secure the series. Lancer really pushed him to the brink, but he just couldn't find that final spark to get the win. What a Welcome to Fast Aim. We have Lancer and Mist facing off today to see who takes the victory. Lancer currently holds a lifetime head-to-head lead of 847 wins. But it's important to remember that Mist has won 3 of their most recent encounters. We'll see if that historical dominance actually translates into confidence today. Unbelievable. Lancer claws out a victory from the brink to secure another round. He's clearly shaking off those recent losses with this hot start. Lancer is absolutely relentless, putting the pressure on from the ramp to move to a 4-0 lead. Mist reacts quickly to clear Lancer off the ramp. He's certainly used to winning these types of battles lately. Lancer is just too quick today, catching Mist right as he tried to hold that ramp position. Mist puts an end to that window play, cutting into the lead and keeping the pressure on. His recent form is looking much stronger than his current score suggests. Lancer really wanted that elevation, using the ramp to push his lead further. Mist is proving he can handle the height, taking that duel right off the ramp. Lancer is just taking over this series, and he's doing it by dominating the high ground on that ramp. Mist has managed a respectable 60% win rate over his last 10 matches, which explains why he's looking so comfortable in these exchanges. It's a sharp contrast to Lancer, who's been fighting through a tough slump lately. I wonder if that trend will fully flip the momentum in this set. Lancer takes a 7-5 lead into the break. While he's definitely playing above his usual 44% win rate on this map, both players are keeping pace, but Lancer has a slight edge right now. Lancer manages to shut him down while he's perched on the ramp, putting him in a strong position. That victory is a huge boost after his recent struggle against Aster. Lancer is really surging ahead now, leading 9-5. Another victory for Lancer, coming out on top in a scramble for the ramp. Lancer looks like he's finally shaken off that rough set against Aster. He is simply untouchable right now, moving to an 11-5 lead. He is really making the most of his rank advantage today. He's completely in control, closing out another round without taking any damage. The odds certainly favored this result from the start. Mist finds his mark from the ramp to keep the series going. That puts a quick stop to the bleeding. He's putting up a fight, refusing to let this series slip away just yet. What a way to hold that momentum. Mist claims his 3rd straight victory to keep the hopes alive. The pressure is mounting as the gap closes to 4 rounds. Lancer's streak is over as Mist puts him down from the ramp to move to 4 in a row. Absolutely cold-blooded composure on display right now. He's simply not letting up, securing a 5th straight round to keep this fight alive. Lancer's grip on this series is slipping fast. And there it is. Lancer secures the final kill to close out the series. He really leaned on that raw speed to edge out the win, showing some serious grit to hold on. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone, we're here at the arena for a great matchup between Aster and Mist. Aster is arriving in sensational form with a 34-9 record over the last day. It's certainly making him the clear favorite despite that early slow start. We'll have to see if Mist can keep this pressure up to pull off another upset. Mist is really finding his rhythm with a 2-1 lead. Aster is fighting back, and these two are practically trading blows in a dead heat right now. Mist takes a commanding 3-2 lead heading into round 5. Aster levels the playing field at 3 apiece. He's sitting at a slim lead in their head-to-head series. Mist is putting up a real fight here, refusing to let Aster pull away as we head into the next round. Aster generally holds the advantage in their lifetime rivalry, leading their head-to-head series 12-10. Seeing him struggle this early is a surprise given that edge. It's going to be tough for him to mount a comeback if he can find some stability. Aster takes the lead back in this duel, showing a lot of grit to narrow the gap. That's a huge momentum swing for the underdog. Mist is pulling away, now leading 7-4. He's putting up a really strong showing despite the lower ladder rank. Mist goes into the break with an 8-4 lead. Well, everything is playing out exactly as the experts predicted. He's in full control and looking very confident right now. Time to switch sides. Absolute chaos in this exchange. He barely survives a brutal trade-off to keep the dream alive. He's definitely showing that top 15 skill set right now. Another fast win for Aster, who is really digging in and refusing to let this match slip away. What a fierce trade. He survives the exchange to keep this surging rally going. The gap is practically gone now. Unbelievable. He's completely erased that early deficit to bring us dead even. He's playing like a man possessed to claw back into this. A quick reaction here puts him back in front by a single round. He is fighting for a rough day after that 22-31 record. That was a lightning fast reaction, bringing things completely level at 9 apiece. Mist edges ahead by 1 in a total nail biter. He's really putting the pressure on after that defeat to Lancer. Mist is really putting the heat on here, securing another swift victory to extend his lead. That was an effortless finish as he continues to claw back into this game. Mist is really fighting for his life in this high-stakes environment. He continues his surge, bringing the tally completely, even at 11-all. He's starting to look like the favorite once again. He just won't stop, taking a third straight to bring this series to match point. He's definitely looking to make a statement in this series. What a finish. Aster closes it out with a complete shutdown to secure the victory. He really had to dig deep to secure this one after that scary start. Talk about the roller coaster of a set. He had to work for that.
Welcome everyone to Mapas. We have Lancer and Aster facing off today, with the favorite looking to secure a big win. Aster is showing some incredible form with a 90% win rate over his last 10 matches. And he is clearly bringing that confidence into this series. I want to see if Lancer can break that momentum before it gets out of hand.
Aster takes the lead, putting Lancer in a tight spot. He needs to dig deep to overcome that head-to-head deficit. The tide has completely shifted and Lancer is now the one making things look easy. He's clearly making up for that loss on Blame Orange. Aster holds the edge, leading 2-3. They've been remarkably close on the ladder recently. Aster is just dominating now, sitting comfortably at 4-2. Looking a lot like a rematch of their last encounter. What a scrap! Both players were nearly out of health, but he manages to claw out the victory. The slight favorite is really feeling the pressure right now. That's a clean response from the underdog, chipping away at the deficit. Just a glimpse of the form we expected from him today. Lancer nearly goes down in a chaotic trade, but he manages to survive with a sliver of health. Absolute grit to pull that off with so little health. Aster has been incredible today with a 35-9 record in the last 24 hours. And honestly, he's turning that sheer momentum into a very solid lead. He's definitely looking to put this match away early. Aster is practically cruising with a commanding 7-4 lead. Both of these guys are practically neck and neck on the ladder. Aster heads into the break with a solid 8-4 cushion. I mean, the underdog is putting on a clinic here and completely defying the pre-match expectations. He's really capitalizing on his map advantage right now. Lancer needs a spark now. Aster is simply relentless, pushing his lead to 8-5. His recent consistency makes him very hard to shake. He's refusing to go away, putting together a nice sequence to pull within 2. This is exactly why the odds leaned in his direction before the start. Aster keeps his grip on this, moving up to 9-6. The rating gap is virtually non-existent between these two. Another quick reaction from him, staying aggressive to keep this comeback alive. Aster's awareness from the ramp was just a step ahead this time. The higher seeded player has a lot to prove here. He's proving extremely difficult to put away, continuing this climb to close the gap. He's fighting back to make this a real contest. Lancer is just slightly out of step here, and Aster is capitalizing on every small opening. That's a crushing blow for Lancer. And now Aster is just one round away from victory. Absolute precision on the trigger finger there. Unreal. Aster finishes the job and secures the series right here. He's just on a tear right now. And Lancer's best efforts weren't enough to stop him. Truly a dominant performance. Welcome everyone, we're at Dunes today for a great match between Lancer and Mist. Let's see who takes the win. What a scramble. Both players were trading heavy damage, but Lancer manages to scrap through with the win. Lancer holds a historical edge with a 53% head-to-head win rate against his opponent, but he's having a bit of a rough stretch today. I wonder if that weight is starting to influence his composure in these early rounds. Lancer and Mist are completely deadlocked at 2 apiece. Lancer seems to be struggling a bit compared to his overall career record. Unreal, he clings to life after that exchange to take a 3-2 lead. He's proving a bit tougher to beat than his recent form suggests. Absolute mayhem in this exchange. He practically escapes with his life, but the momentum shift is real. A quick response here to close the gap. Lancer is right back in it. Lancer is clearly utilizing that rating advantage right now. Mist is really digging in with his 21-31 record today. I mean, he's facing a massive struggle throughout the session, yet he's managed to find his feet in this specific match. It will be interesting to see if this confidence holds as he tries to widen the lead. Mist is pulling away now, leading by 2. The lower ranked player is really asserting himself tonight. These trades are happening incredibly fast. Neither of them is giving an inch as we approach the half. We're tied up at 6-6, headed into the break. Honestly, this is exactly what you'd expect from two players with identical map win rates. Mist looked shaky at times, but he's staying out of Lancer's reach. Time to see who blinks first. Lancer claws back the lead, sitting 1 up now. He's currently sitting 14th on the ladder. Lancer is started to pull away with a 2-round cushion. It's becoming a very long day for the 25th ranked player. Mist refuses to go down without a fight. This one is going to be a total toss-up. The consistency from the 14th spot is starting to waver. Incredible, Mist survives by a hair, barely walking away from that chaotic trade to even the score. He's putting up a huge fight after a tough day with those losses. He's just unstoppable right now, continuing this hot streak with a super quick outduel. Another clean win, and that's 4 straight for Mist, who just completely shuts him out. Lancer's recent results today have been tough to swallow. Hard stopping. He barely escapes that firefight with a sliver of health to hold the momentum. Lancer seems to be bouncing back from that heavy loss to Aster. Mist is really putting the pressure on now, putting himself in a great position to close this out. He keeps the momentum rolling with a perfectly timed burst, putting him 1 round away from victory. Game over. Mist secures the final point with a lightning fast shot to close out the series. What a turnaround! It's a massive confidence boost for him to shake off those earlier losses and outplay the higher seed. Welcome everyone, we've got Aster and Mist facing off on Italy to see who comes out on top today. Aster is coming in with a massive 36-9 record over the last 24 hours. He's carrying a huge amount of confidence into this game, especially after beating Mist recently. I wonder if the odds are misleading today, given how hot Aster is playing. The momentum is shifting completely as he secures another fast victory. He's simply not letting up, putting a complete stranglehold on the early part of this set. It's a worrying start for the favorite here. Mist manages to fight back and secure a clean round. A nice response from the number 24 ranked player. The momentum is swinging back as he secures his second straight round without taking a single hit. Aster holds a significant edge in their head-to-head history, leading 13-10 overall. Well, it is interesting because that consistency has usually shifted in Mist's favor in their most recent clashes. It'll be a battle of a long-term trend against short-term momentum. Aster keeps the pressure high, leading 6-3. That's a fairly high winning percentage he's maintaining over those hundreds of games. That was a lightning fast reaction, showing a lot of grit from the underdog to narrow this gap. Aster pushes his lead back to 7-4 now. He's certainly playing with that upper half confidence right now. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he's definitely defying the odds right now. We expected Mist to have the upper hand, but the rank 13 player is simply too sharp today. Let's see if Mist can regroup. Strong start to the second half as he refuses to buckle under the pressure. That was another incredibly fast exchange. Absolute chaos in that exchange. He just barely scrapes through to tie this series up at 7-all. He's truly fighting for his life with those low health totals. Aster claws back the lead, edging ahead 8-7. Aster stretches the gap, moving to a 9-7 lead. His overall consistency across 300 matches is definitely starting to show. A total shot out there, as he refuses to let the lead slip further away. Aster extends his lead to 10-8 with that sequence. His overall form today is looking really sharp. Mist is really starting to look shell-shocked after those last two quick losses. He's showing some real grit now, cleaning up that duel to stay in the game. A clutch response from the underdog to keep this contest alive. He's almost there. Just one more round now to secure the victory. He refuses to go quiet, staying composed to keep this fight going. Showing that he can definitely hang with the league's top tier. Absolutely flawless reaction. He's showing incredible heart to push this close despite the deficit. Unbelievable. He has completely equalized this series to force a tiebreaker. What a way to force a decision. Absolute dominance here as he shuts the door on that attempt, taking a 13-12 lead. He is playing a huge part of his 90% run over his last 10. What a response! He puts himself right back in the driver's seat to force another tie. This is a dead heat entering the final stages. He's refusing to back down, securing another one to stay in control here. A precise shot to reclaim the lead. They've traded the last 3 rounds back and forth, and neither one is giving an inch. It's almost the mirror image of their most recent meeting. Absolute mayhem in that duel, but Mist digs deep to secure a huge round. He's really capitalizing on these chaotic exchanges. Unreal. Mist closes it out with a lightning strike to finish the map. He just refused to let that lead stay with the rank 13 player today. Those couple of narrow escapes really saved his skin. What a fight. Welcome everyone to Red Line. We've got Lancer and Aster facing off to see who can claim victory today. What a chaotic opening fight, but Lancer manages to edge it out in a nail-biter. Aster's been dominating the day so far with that 36-10 record. Unreal. Aster manages to scrape through that chaos with a tiny sliver of health left. The head-to-head historically leans toward the man in the lead here. Lancer is starting to build some serious momentum here, putting a lot of pressure on Aster early on. He's looking to avenge that tough loss from their last meeting. Aster is trading blows perfectly here, quickly cleaning up Lancer from the ramp to keep things level. Both of these guys are holding steady in the upper half of the ladder. Lancer was way too quick for him there, catching Aster completely off guard as he pushed up the ramp. He's currently sitting just a couple spots below his opponent on the ladder. Lancer is just refusing to let Aster get his feet under him, securing another win from the ramp. Lancer looks determined to wipe away that last loss. Aster is making a strong play for control here, using that high ground on the ramp to get back in this. We're deadlocked at 4 apiece as they head back. Tough spot for the favorite to be in right now. Lancer takes a narrow lead as we hit round 10. The underdog is usually the one causing problems in this pairing. Aster has really been the one to watch today with a 36-10 record. It's impressive, but Lancer is the one currently controlling the pace in this set. It will be interesting to see if he can keep up this intensity into the halftime break. Lancer holds a 7-5 edge going into the break. I mean, he's exactly where the analysts expected him to be. Aster is keeping the score close, but he'll need to find a way to close that gap after the switch. Time to see who blinks first. Aster just shuts that down from the ramp, bringing this set right back to a dead heat. He's playing like he's already comfortably in control of this series. 7-all now, and the tension is skyrocketing. A very consistent run of form lately for the higher-seeded player. Lancer pulls ahead by 1, putting Aster on the chase. The head-to-head has always been incredibly tight between these two. Lancer is making it look easy right now, quickly picking Aster off from the ramp to extend the lead. Lancer keeps the pressure high, now leading 9-8. His 80% success rate in the last 10 is really showing. And just like that, Aster levels the playing field at 9 apiece. A total seesaw battle with both of them fighting for air. Aster is simply too hot right now, digging in from the ramp to grab another one. It's becoming a real struggle for the favorite to close this out. Aster is simply unstoppable right now, continuing this relentless run of wins. Lancer finally answers back, clutching another round from the ramp to narrow the deficit. He's definitely playing with a chip on his shoulder today. Aster shuts the door on the rally by picking him off the ramp, putting himself just one step away from victory. Lancer claws back a critical round from the ramp to keep his hopes alive. Absolute nerves of steel to pull that back right now. He closes it out right here. Aster takes the series. He just couldn't find the answer for that late surge. Lancer fought a hell of a battle, but it's just another win for the favorite, hard-fought victory. welcome to the arena. We have Lancer and Mist stepping up for this match. Let's see who takes the win. Lancer leads the overall head-to-head series with over 800 wins, but he's struggling to find that edge right now. He's actually dropped his last 3 matches in a row. He'll need to shake off this slide if he wants to keep that lead. Mist is really dominating the pace, holding a 2-1 lead. Lancer is really feeling the heat now, while Mist looks completely comfortable with this lead. Lancer is really struggling to get the upper hand today. Mist has the momentum, pushing ahead 3-2. He's the higher rated player on the ladder, so that's expected. Lancer claws back to tie things up at 3-3. He's shaking off those tough losses from earlier today. That was lightning fast. He completely takes control of the match with another dominant round. Mist reacts a split second faster to even the series up. Mist edges ahead again, moving into a 5-4 lead. Lancer fights back to bring us that, even at 5 apiece. He's looking to flip the script after that last encounter ended in defeat. Lancer has completely flipped this momentum around and is now firmly in the driver's seat. Lancer is really trying to shake off that recent 13-9 defeat. We're all tied up at 6-6. I mean, this perfectly reflects how close these two are on this specific map. Lancer just needs to sustain this level of play to pull ahead after the switch. Lancer finally grabs a thin 1-round advantage. Going off those tough results against Aster, he looks sharper now. Lancer is sitting at a positive 18-17 record over the last day, and it's starting to feel like he's finally which way the wind is blowing. He's definitely found his footing after that earlier struggle, and he's looking more composed with every round he secures. He's showing real grit here, cutting into that lead and making it a 2-round game. A crucial stop to keep this contest within reach. That was an absolute brawl, and Mist manages to survive a messy exchange to keep the rally going. The gap is narrowing fast after those 2 rapid-fire rounds. Lancer is really pulling away now with a 10-8 cushion. He is proving to be the more consistent force in this pairing. The momentum has completely swung back toward Lancer after those first 2 rounds of the half. He's absolutely on fire right now, securing another quick win to move within reach of the victory. A huge stop there for Mist, who keeps himself in the game by shutting that down completely. What a finish! Lancer shuts it down right there to close out the series. And he finally breaks that losing skid with a solid performance to get his day back on track. Welcome everyone to Orange. We have Aster and Mist facing off to see who can hit 13 rounds first. Aster really owns the history here with a 54% win rate against his opponent. Look, the gap in their recent performance is a much bigger story right now. Mist is definitely fighting an uphill battle based on his overall form, but he's already proving he can take rounds off the higher rated player. Mist holds a slim lead as we move forward. He's really capitalizing on this early momentum. The rounds are flying by. Mist is reacting incredibly quickly to get this lead. The 24 ranked player is really putting on a show. Mist just edges ahead, taking a 3-2 lead. Aster has definitely been the more consistent force today. What a scrap. That was a brutal trade of damage, but he scrapes through to even the score. He's definitely leaning on that massive win rate in his last 10 outings. Mist stays in control, clinging to a narrow lead. Slightly favoring the underdog, just as we expected for this pairing. Mist is really making a statement by taking 5 of the first 7. It is quite a shift from his poor run over the last day, since he's been struggling to keep a positive record in those matches. We'll have to see if he can maintain this pace. Deadlocked at 5 apiece. The tension is palpable now. Aster is definitely feeling the confidence after that strong day so far. Mist is really refusing to let Aster regain the upper hand here. Mist is sitting on a 7-5 lead. Things are playing out exactly as the odds suggested they would. Aster is keeping the score close, but he's just not finding those decisive rounds yet. Time to switch sides. Mist manages to stay one step ahead for now. He's coming into this with a very strong record today. Mist pushes the advantage now, leading by 2. Mist is putting a lot of pressure on Aster right now, really extending that lead. He's just completely shut down any hope of a comeback here, moving within 3 of the finish line. Aster answers back quickly with a sharp flick to get a round on the board. The momentum has stayed firmly with Mist, who is just a couple of rounds away from closing this out. He's really putting those recent results into perspective. Huge swing of momentum here, and he's now just 1 round away from victory. He's showing that same confidence he had in his clash with Koji. Absolutely effortless Mist closes out the series with a perfect shot to take the victory. He just completely shut the door on that map history, proving the rankings mean nothing today. Welcome to the Dunes. Lancer and Aster are stepping up for this clash, and the slight favorite looks to prove it today. Aster has a strong grip on this rivalry with a 60% win rate over Lancer. It's a pairing that usually favors the underdog, so it will be interesting to see if that trend holds, especially since Aster is coming in with a lot of confidence from his recent performances. Lancer is now firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. He's really capitalizing on a tough day for Aster. The momentum has completely shifted and he's now 3 rounds straight on top. Just a complete reversal of their last head-to-head result. Lancer is simply outclassing his opponent right now, claiming his 4th straight victory. The ladder rank doesn't seem to matter much today. Aster finally responds, proving he can still hang in this fight. He definitely has the skill to close this gap. That's another clean exchange for Aster as he continues to claw his way back into this series. Lancer has a positive record on this particular map with over 50% of his matches resulting in a win. So yeah, it's surprising to see how well Aster has been playing his recent games compared to his current form today. He's completely erased that early deficit, bringing us back to a dead heat. The pressure is really mounting for the favorite now. Lancer just edges ahead again, putting him up 6-5. Aster has been an absolute machine in his recent sets today. We're all square at 6-6 heading into the break. Well, everything is playing out exactly how we thought it would. Lancer is holding his ground well, but Aster's overall skill is keeping this very close. Let's see who comes out sharper. Lancer regains a slim advantage, leading it 7-6. Aster is definitely feeling the heat after such a dominant run today. A lightning fast response to keep things level. His resilience is showing as he evens the score. That was a desperate scramble, but Aster manages to come out on top to take the 8-7 lead. He's clearly found his second win in this half. Absolutely effortless. He's on fire now, claiming his third straight round without breaking a sweat. He's just untouchable right now, picking up another rapid-fire win to keep this surge moving. Lancer finds a way back in here, finally halting that relentless run of rounds. The slight favorite is fighting to keep his hopes alive. That was an absolute brawl, but Aster walks away from the chaos to tighten his grip on the set. What a grueling fight. He scrapes through with a tiny bit of health left and is now just 1 win away from victory. Lancer denies the closeout with a perfect shot, keeping the dream alive. The pressure is shifting back toward the top seat in this fight. Unreal. Lancer survives by a hair in a total shootout to keep himself in this fight. Pure heart clutching that out with virtually nothing left. Lancer is refusing to go away, securing another flawless round to keep himself in the... What a turnaround! He's now swept 4 straight to force the overtime tie. Absolute perfection in that duel, and Aster has clawed his way back to the lead. He's really making the most of this opportunity. Absolute authority from Aster, shutting down the comeback attempt with a clean shutout. He's really playing like the superior seed right now. Lancer just won't quit, digging deeper to keep his hopes alive in this overtime battle. He's keeping the pressure high for every point in this overtime. absolute precision from Aster, putting him just one step away from the victory. The higher seed is simply taking over this overtime clash. What an incredible finish. Aster closes it out to secure the victory. The top seed had to dig deep in that overtime, but he's finally locked in for the night. Lancer really pushed him to the limit there. What a grind. Welcome everyone, we're live on Italy for a great matchup between Lancer and Mist. Let's see who takes this one. Lancer holds a significant advantage in their career head-to-head with 849 wins over Mist. And that historical edge seems to be playing a role early on. He really looks comfortable in this matchup right now. Mist is fighting hard, but Lancer leads 2-1. He is really putting that recent victory over Aster to good use. Lancer is really putting on the pressure early, making it difficult for Mist to find any stability. Lancer is simply dominating, sitting pretty at 4-1. He's looking very sharp after that 13-9 victory earlier today. He's just too fast for Mist, walking away from this exchange almost completely unscathed. Mist answers back with a sharp reaction to keep this competitive. Lancer is currently playing way above his typical 46% win rate. It seems he's completely ignoring his recent slump in the standings. Mist needs to figure out a way to slow this momentum down before it's too late. Mist isn't backing down, securing a second straight point to trim the gap. He's definitely shaken off the early rust. Mist is on fire, picking Lancer off the wine to keep this rally going. The momentum has completely shifted as we approach the half. We go into the break deadlocked at 6-6. This is exactly the kind of toss-up we expected coming into this. Mist really showed some grit by clawing back a 4-round streak to wipe out Lancer's early lead. Time to see who blinks first. Lancer edges ahead once more to claim the lead. Lancer is definitely smelling blood after that flash quick kill. The number 16 spot on the ladder is showing his class. A completely untouched finish there, and now he's managed to level the series. A massive deadlock as we head into the back half of this set. Lancer just snatched the advantage back, leading 8-7. Lancer seems to be getting his groove back today. Unbelievable, that was an absolute war and he barely manages to limp away with his life. Heart-stopping finish there, truly down to the last bit of health. He's staying composed and claws another round back to keep the pressure on. He's definitely finding some confidence now. What a scrap! Both players traded heavy damage, but he manages to scrape through and force a tie. Lancer just barely nudges ahead to make it 10-9. His 18-17 record today puts him right in the mix. Lancer is really pushing the pace now. He looks completely in control of the map these last few rounds. Mist is really struggling to find the answers we saw in his win over Aster. The comeback attempt is over. He's simply too strong and now just one step away from the win. Mist just can't find a way to shut it down. Mist shows some serious fight here, shutting that down completely to keep himself in the game. Absolute chaos in this exchange. He nearly goes down but manages to claw back a second straight point to keep his hopes alive. Lancer puts on a final clinic to close out this set. Mist really pushed him to the limit, surviving a few narrow escapes, but he just couldn't close the door. Truly a battle of wills, hard-fought win. Welcome to the league. Aster and Mist are facing off today on red line to see who comes out on top. Aster currently holds a slight edge in the head-to-head history with 13 wins over Mist. It's interesting because Mist actually cruised through their most recent encounter. We'll see if Aster can keep this pace going. Mist looks really sharp right now, capitalizing on that ramp height to level things up. Aster is commanding the series with a 2-1 lead. That's a decent bounce back after the 13-7 loss they shared on Orange. Mist is really playing a different game today, catching Aster, right? As he tried to take that ramp. Unreal. He barely survives a chaotic exchange from the ramp to take a 3-2 lead. He's definitely playing with more confidence than he has in his last few outings. Absolute deadlock now with both players sitting at 3. Aster has been on a tear today with a 38-11 record. Aster pulls ahead by 1 after a huge play. He's comfortably sitting in the top half of the rankings. Things are moving incredibly fast. These two are just blinking and the round is over. He's a veteran with thousands of matches under his belt. Mist just clawed back to take a slim 5-4 lead. It's a tough spot for the higher rated player to be in. He's simply too fast right now, putting 3 more in the book. He's putting that rank 24 slot to the test. What a scramble! He barely clings to life to secure the round and stop that momentum. A huge relief for the higher seed to finally find an opening. They're all square at 6 apiece, heading into the break. I mean, Aster is really holding his own as the underdog here. He's showing exactly why he has a stronger historical record on red line. Switch sides, fresh start. Aster just reclaimed the narrow 1-round advantage. The ladder placement is feeling a bit more accurate right now. Aster is putting up a dominant 80% win rate in his last 10 matches, and honestly that recent form is starting to overlap with the way he's controlling this server. He's definitely capitalizing on a huge confidence boost from those early wins today. Neither player will budge as we hit a total stalemate. Looking at that huge amount of experience over 5,000 games, Mist is just outclassing him right now, making it 3 straight for the momentum shift. A huge answer right there as he shuts down the run to bring this back to a level score. It's a tough spot for that rank, 24 spot to recover from. What a scramble. Aster somehow survives that fight on the ramp to take a 10-9 lead. He's fighting for every inch to prove those head-to-head odds wrong. He is just on fire right now, keeping the run alive for a 3-round streak. He's playing with a lot of poise for the number 13 spot. He's completely taking control here, moving to 12 rounds and just 1 away from the victory. A tough look for Mist, who's really feeling the pressure right now. Absolutely sensational. Aster shuts the door with a clean final strike to secure the match. He really clawed back into the lead of this rivalry. Mist played out of his skin early on, but just couldn't close it up. Welcome to Fast Aim. Lancer and Esther are ready to face off, with the favorite looking to secure a strong win. Lancer tried to use the ramp for some leverage, but Aster was simply too quick for him. The head-to-head history really favors Aster here. Aster has a significant advantage in their personal history, leading the head-to-head 10-6. It's really interesting because the odds actually favor Lancer coming into this. He's going to have to shake this off quickly to keep the series alive. Lancer manages to outduel him right there on the ramp, showing a lot of grit to stay in this. This is a welcome shift for the player the analysts picked today. Aster quickly reclaimed control of the server, shutting Lancer down before he could make anything of that ramp spot. Lancer shuts things down from the window to keep his hopes alive. Looking for that early form he showed against Vex last week. Aster just can't be shaken off. He takes out Lancer from the ramp and really starts to pull away. Now, the top 15 matchup is really living up to the hype. Aster is just punishing him right now, keeping the momentum strong with another fast win from the toolbox. Aster has put up an impressive 38-11 over the last day. It's a huge run of form that he's riding right now. He just needs to weather this small push from Lancer to stay in control of the map. Aster is cruising with a commanding 7-3 lead. He's certainly playing like the higher seed right now. Lancer claws back one, but Aster still leads 7-4. He's certainly showing the skill that puts him in the top 15. Aster heads into the break with a 7-5 lead, right? The underdog is definitely putting pressure on Lancer here. He has a huge amount of confidence playing in these matchups, and it shows. Lancer needs to find a way back. Aster just shuts the door on that little comeback attempt with a sharp read from the ramp. Aster is really proving why he's the higher rated player today. What a scramble. He barely scrapes through that one, surviving with a sliver of health. Absolute heartstopper, just a few pixels of health left. Aster is simply on another level, shutting things down from the ramp for his third straight round. The higher seed is really taking over the pace here. He survives a grueling exchange to take a fourth straight, leaving his opponent with nothing. Lancer is really struggling to find his footing against this opponent today. A big response here from Lancer to break that momentum. He's showing some fighting spirit after that rough stretch. Lancer is starting to put a real dent in that lead, continuing his push from the ramp. Aster puts a clean stop to the rally from the ramp and is now just a single round away from victory. Lancer manages to get an R1 on the board, delaying the inevitable for now. He just won't go away, extending the streak to 2 while fighting off the match point pressure. He's effectively erased those 2 quick losses by Aster. What a finish. Aster secures the final round and closes out the series. Lancer really pushed him to the limit. But that's just another one in the book for the top seed. Welcome everyone to Orange. We have Lancer taking on Mist in today's duel, with Lancer entering as the slight favorite. Lancer holds a clear historical advantage with over 850 head-to-head wins. Well, it's a big part of why he's sitting comfortably in the upper half of the ratings. He looks ready to put that long-term dominance on full display today. What a scramble! He almost goes down, but somehow claws out that third straight win. A stark contrast to the result Mist managed against Aster earlier. Unreal. He barely survives that exchange to finally put a stop to the early onslaught. The underdog refuses to be pushed around early. Lancer is just cruising with a commanding 4-1 lead. He's really putting that ladder advantage to work. Lancer's a runaway train now, leading 5-1. Mist really needs to dig deep and find a spark. Mist actually holds a slight advantage on this specific map. It's interesting to see him fighting back now, since he's traditionally had a better track record here than Lancer. He'll be looking to capitalize on that specific edge and close the gap. Lancer is just ruthless, extending his lead to 7-2. The gap in the ladder is becoming apparent right now. Lancer is still in total control, but he's starting to see a bit more resistance from Mist. A glimpse of the resilience he showed against Aster earlier today. Absolute chaos in that exchange. Lancer barely scrapes through that fight to keep his huge lead. Lancer heads into the break with an 8-4 lead, and honestly, he's proving why he's the higher ranked player. Mist is hanging in there, but he hasn't been able to turn his map knowledge into a real advantage yet. Time to switch it up. Lancer stays firmly in the driver's seat at 8-5. Lancer's a bit shaky after that narrow defeat to Aster. Lancer pulls even further ahead, now sitting at 9-5. He's really making a point of that number 16 slot today. The momentum is shifting a bit. Mist is starting to trade blows with Lancer and keep things competitive. Lancer's now 10 rounds up, putting a huge squeeze on Mist. The gap between them in the ratings is starting to feel permanent. Mist fights back, but Lancer still holds a 10-7 lead. He's had to grind through a tough set of results today. Another flawless kill for Mist, who is really showing some grit here. What a response! He refuses to back down, clawing his way right back into the mix. Lancer looks completely rattled by that shift. Unbelievable. He's erased the lead entirely, bringing us that even at 10 apiece. Absolute composure from Mist to force this dead heat. What a nail biter. He barely walks away from that firefight, managing to secure his 5th straight win. He's just completely taken over this map, putting a huge amount of pressure on Lancer now. The pre-match favorite is looking completely lost right now. What an incredible performance. Mist storms back to secure the series victory! Coming back from that deep hole like that is just stunning. He really proved the rankings wrong today. What a fight. Welcome everyone to Berserk League. We have Aster and Mist facing off today on Mapas to see who comes out on top. Aster is holding an impressive 42-11 record today. It's clear he's arriving with a ton of confidence into the server. He's historically outperformed Mist in their head-to-head, so the early lead for Mist is a real surprise. Mist is really heating up with a 2-1 lead. Despite the early lead, he's still battling uphill against a top 15 opponent. The early trades are over. We're back to a dead-even deadlock here. He is definitely utilizing that experience from their last match together. Aster claws back to take a thin 3-2 lead. Mist really needs to find a way back into this. Mist levels the playing field at 3-0. He's putting up a real fight despite being further down the ladder. Mist is really putting the pressure on here, stacking up a few solid rounds in a row. He's definitely playing with a lot of grit right now. Unreal, Aster barely claws out of that brawl, escaping with just a sliver of health to even the map. He's showing some serious nerves of steel to stay in the game. Aster edges ahead, taking a one-round advantage. Aster is playing an absolutely monstrous set of games today. And we are tied up again, 5 apiece. Everything is back to a complete toss-up for these two. Aster is starting to carve out a real gap here as we approach the halfway mark. He seems to be having a very efficient day overall. We've got a deadlock at 6-all. Honestly, Mist had the higher expectations coming into this, but Aster is proving he can hold his own. I'm expecting a very tight second half from these two. Time to see who blinks first. Mist takes a slim lead as we hit round 13. His 48% lifetime win rate shows he's used to these grueling battles. Mist is now on a 3-game run. Well, he's really defying his usual struggles on this map right now. He's taking a lot of confidence from these recent rounds to put Aster on the defensive. The streak continues. He just completely shut that down, extending the cushion to 3 games. It is a complete reversal of their last meeting on red line. He's simply not letting up, keeping the streak alive with a perfectly clean shot. Aster finds his footing again to put a halt to that run. He's definitely feeling the effects of that rough morning session. Aster secures another victory from the ramp, continuing this gritty climb back into the series. Mist is just barely holding the lead as we enter the home stretch here. Mist is really proving he can trade blows with a top 15 opponent today. A total shutdown on that engage, putting him just one step away from the victory. The pressure is clearly getting to be too much for him. Aster holds his ground, keeping the dream alive with a lightning-fast reaction. The higher seed is finally finding his composure here. What a shot! He's putting up a fierce fight to stay alive in this match. He is finally narrowing the gap in this series. An absolutely pristine finish. He's just completely outclassed his opponent for a 3rd straight round. He's simply unstoppable right now, surviving a brutal exchange to force this series into overtime. A blistering flick that ends the struggle immediately. Absolute precision from him to shut that door. That's a huge result for the 24th ranked player. He's really starting to distance himself here, taking full control of the pace. This is a complete reversal of his recent struggle against Lancer. Another flawless exchange for Mist, and he's now just one step away from victory. Absolutely lethal. Mist closes out the series in style and secures the victory. He really dug deep to survive that overtime pressure. Just a huge mental victory for the underdog today. What a match. Welcome everyone, we're here at the arena for a great matchup between Lancer and Aster. Let's see if the favorite can hold his ground. Aster really dominates the head-to-head history here with 11 wins over Lancer. It's a trend that seems to be continuing as we move into the early stages of this game. We'll see if Lancer can find a way to reverse that momentum. Aster holds a slim lead as they reset. He's had a tough run of results lately. Aster is starting to build a real cushion here. He's looking very sharp early on. The lower seeded player is definitely feeling the pressure right now. Aster's barely clinging to a one-round lead here. His current form has definitely been worrying lately. Lancer is really digging a hole at 2-4. He's certainly taking advantage of that 40-12 run from today. Lancer is starting this match with a real uphill climb as he's already down 3 rounds. And honestly, he entered this series as the slight favorite, which makes this early deficit even more concerning for him. He's just untouchable right now, securing a hat-trick of rounds with a perfect headshot. A quick exchange here and the momentum shifts back to Lancer. It's a tough climb after a rough 10-13 result against Mist earlier. A remarkably clean finish there. He's really showing some grit by putting together 2 in a row. He just can't be stopped right now. Taking a third consecutive round without taking a single point of damage. Aster is up, 7-5 at the break. You know, the underdog is actually playing the role of the aggressor here. He's leaning on a strong 67% map win rate to keep Lancer from taking control. Let's see if the momentum sticks. Lancer keeps the pressure on, proving he's far from out of this match. Lancer is fighting to prove those pre-match predictions, right? Absolutely effortless. He's completely erased that early deficit, locking in a deadlock at 7 apiece. Aster manages to reclaim his slight advantage at 8-7. The higher rated player is starting to assert his will. A careful exchange that eventually went his way, and we are all squared up at 8 apiece. It's becoming a real battle of nerves now. He's simply refusing to back down, taking full control of the map as he earns the lead. Goodness, that was a nail biter. He barely escapes with his life to bring things back to a dead heat. The rank 13 seed refuses to give an inch tonight. Another huge win for the comeback kid, keeping the lead at 10-9. A very consistent showing across the board for the favorite team. What a result. Lancer forces a total stalemate at 10-all. A strong showing here to take another round. He's simply not letting this lead slip away. He's proving that his higher seed isn't just a label. We are looking at a total deadlock here. Neither player can seem to put the other away. What an incredible recovery. Lancer puts himself in the driver's seat with a nearly perfect encounter. Lancer secures the finale with an absolute shutdown, capping off a wild comeback to take the match. He really dug deep for that one, especially after the way those first few rounds went. A massive shift in momentum to close it out. What a match. Welcome to the Berserk League. Lancer and Mist are facing off on Dunes to see who can hit 13 rounds first. Lancer has a strong head-to-head edge with 850 total round wins over his opponent. It's an interesting dynamic because Mist actually took the most recent clash between these two. We'll see if the historical lead translates into momentum for this series. Lancer's holding a slim lead as we enter round 4. The lower ranked player is definitely not intimidated here. Mist is really starting to put the pressure on now, taking a command of the early game. Lancer barely maintains the advantage at 3-2. Lancer looks like he's finally shaking off that last defeat. We are all square now, tied up at 3 apiece. The gap in their ratings is practically non-existent here. Lancer is really putting on the pressure here, managing to hold his ground and claw back into the lead. Lancer and Mist are locked in a dead heat. Both these players are showing identical win rates on this map. Mist edges ahead with a narrow 5-4 lead. He is really playing with a lot of confidence today. Unbelievable. Lancer somehow claws back from the edge of death to level the set. Lancer regains the upper hand, leading 6-5. The higher rated player is definitely starting to assert his will. We're all tied up at 6 apiece. I mean, this is exactly what we expected from two players who are so mirrored in their map success. Both are playing a very clean game so far. Time to see who blinks first. Mist takes the lead, pulling ahead 7-6. Mist is really fighting for the upper hand today. Mist is on a real roll with those last 3 rounds. It really feels like the confidence from his previous win over Lancer is paying off in this set. He has all the momentum right now. He's just completely in control of this flow, putting up a commanding lead of 3. He just won't stop, adding another victory to his tally to reach double digits. He is simply outclassing everyone right now, making it a huge 5-round slide for the opposition. Absolute perfection from the favorite, and now he's just 1 round away from the finish line. Sudden turn of events. Lancer puts a stop to the streak and stays in the fight. Just a glimmer of hope for the underperformer in this set. What a final shot. Mist secures the victory with an absolute blur of a round. He's clearly got the better of this matchup lately, completely shutting down any attempt at a Welcome everyone to Italy. Aster and Mist are ready to battle it out to see who takes the win today. Aster currently holds a slim 14-13 edge in their lifetime head-to-head records. It's a very tight history though. Mist has actually won 4 of their 5 most recent encounters. We have to see if Aster can flip the script today. Aster's looking strong, taking a commanding 2-1 lead. Aster is really putting those recent losses behind him. Mist is really feeling the pressure here, falling behind early despite having the better run of form lately. What a scramble. Both players were nearly out of health, but he manages to claw through to a 3rd straight victory. Absolutely untouchable right now. He just keeps stacking these rounds up. Hard to believe Mist entered this set as the slight favorite. A quick response from Mist, who finally manages to break through. Aster is clearly enjoying his day so far with a 40-13 record over the last 24 hours. It's a huge contrast to Mist's struggles today, who seems to be finding the resistance he didn't have in his earlier matches. He really needs to find a way to slow this momentum down. Aster is cruising toward a blowout, leading 7-3. That was a quick recovery from Mist. Aster is just simply faster today, reacting and landing those shots before Mist even has a chance. Aster goes into the break with a huge 9-3 lead. I mean, this is a total reversal of what we expected, seeing as Mist entered as the favorite. We'll see if he can stop the bleeding after that side switch. Fresh start for the favorite. Aster simply too dominant, widening the gap to 10-3. He's making quick work of the favorite tonight. It's getting a bit scary now. Mist is basically a spectator as Aster just keeps steamrolling through these rounds. A nice little spark from Mist, though he still has a mountain to climb from here. He is just 1 round away from finishing this off. He's completely tightened his grip on the server. Unbelievable. He barely survives that exchange to seal the deal and claim the victory. A total statement victory, completely erasing that recent history they had together, just pure dominance throughout the whole set. Welcome everyone, we have Lancer and Aster facing off on Fast Aim to see who takes the win today. Aster holds an impressive 61% win rate in their head-to-head history. That historical advantage seems to be paying off early given how comfortably he's taking these opening exchanges. It'll be interesting to see if Lancer can actually reverse the trend this time. Fierce battle from the ramp, but he outduels Lancer to move to a 3-0 lead. Hard to imagine he was the favorite coming into this. Lancer manages to claw his way back in this one, showing some real grit to secure the round. He's starting to play like the favorite now. Aster is just dominant, sitting on a massive 4-1 lead. Aster's playing a really safe game right now, just picking him off from the ramp. He really seems to be in top form today. Aster has been an absolute powerhouse today with a record of 41-13. Seeing him lead this series comfortably is no surprise given how well he's been playing his matches so far. The real question is whether Lancer can find a way to break this momentum. Aster is back immediately, shutting down Lancer while he was pushing up the ramp. Lancer keeps the pressure on, securing another effortless victory to narrow the gap. Aster still comfortably ahead at 7-4. Lancer's rating doesn't quite match the 13th seed he's facing today. Aster takes an 8. Aster is just relentless, pushing his lead to 9-4. Just a completely different look than their previous meeting today. Aster's just cruising along with a 10-4 lead. A stark contrast to how he performed in their previous meeting. He's back in control now, firmly shifting the energy back in his direction. Just a total reversal from their last meeting on Blame map. Lancer manages to pick him off the ramp to hold on to his lead. He's putting up a fight despite the climb from 17th. Aster shuts that down quickly, picking him right off the ramp to reach match point. The odds definitely didn't predict this level of consistency. Lancer comes through with a clutch response to stay in this game. Very quick recovery to keep things moving. Unbelievable. Aster closes it out with a pristine shot from the ramp to secure the victory. He really dominated the pace this time. Lancer couldn't find any answer for those lightning fast reactions. Welcome everyone to Redline. We've got Lancer and Mist facing off to see who can take the lead today. A very clean start for Lancer, catching Mist right as he picked the ramp. He's looking for some revenge after that 13-7 defeat earlier today. Lancer holds the overall advantage here with a 53% win rate against Mist. And honestly, he's using these first 2 rounds to erase the memory of that previous loss. Let's see if he can keep this momentum going. Mist just reads Lancer perfectly, taking control from the ramp to tighten this series up. He's definitely playing with confidence after those recent wins. Lancer's comfortably in the driver's seat with a 3-1 lead. The favorite is managing to hold the line here. Lancer is barely holding onto a 1-round cushion. That was a lightning fast exchange. Mist is really on a roll right now, shutting down Lancer's attempt to play high on the ramp. Lancer still has the edge, leading 4-3 currently. Mist has really been the dominant force in their most recent encounters. Lancer has an 18-18 record over the last day, and since his ranking sits just slightly above Mist's, these two are essentially fighting for the same ground on the ladder. It'll be interesting to see if he can actually push this lead toward double digits. Mist is really putting on the pressure now, just brushing Lancer off the ramp to take control of the board. The underdog is making a strong case for himself today. Lancer puts an end to that little run by Mist, securing the high ground on the ramp. Lancer takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, everything here is playing out exactly as the numbers suggested. We're seeing a very tight battle between two players who are nearly identical on this map. Fresh start for both guys now. Lancer continues to put the pressure on, just cutting Mist down right as he tried to play the ramp. He looks far more composed than he did against Aster earlier today. Lancer is pulling away now with a 9-5 cushion. Mist is having a tough run today with 23 wins and 29 losses. Mist really has an answer for everything right now, just cleaning him right off that ramp. Another fast reaction from Mist, who continues to chip away at the lead. He's finally starting to look like the danger man in this series. Unreal. He barely survives that chaotic firefight, but it's another point for the comeback attempt. Absolutely wild. He claws back into a tie with just a sliver of health remaining. Total flip of the script in just a few minutes. Mist completely takes over this match, securing his 5th straight point from the ramp. Total flip of the script as the momentum shifts completely. Lancer puts a stop to that momentum, bringing the series right back to a dead heat. Dead heat just as we approach the finish line. Mist has officially reclaimed the lead, showing incredible grit to climb back into this game. It is practically a coin flip at this point. Neither player can really pull away from the other. He is just untouchable in this final stretch, putting himself one step closer to victory. That's a huge shift in momentum right at the end. Absolute deadlock. Lancer forces the tie, and we are headed straight into overtime. An absolute toss-up for who takes the title here. A perfect snapshot from Mist to pull ahead in this overtime thriller. His reaction speed was simply on another level in that trade. Completely untouched performance by Mist, extending his lead to 14-12. Lancer is really struggling to find his footing in the clutch. Lancer answers back quickly, shutting down Mist while holding the ramp to keep this series wide open. Lancer is looking very comfortable from that ramp spot right now, really squeezing Mist in these final moments. Lancer is showing a lot of resilience today. He's completely in charge now, taking a commanding 3-round surge to put himself one step away from the victory. What a way to close it out. He shuts the door on this series and claims the victory. Just an absolute war of attrition between two rivals who refuse to back down. Mist really fought for every inch in that one. What a fight. Welcome to Berserk League. We've got Aster and Mist facing off on orange for this first 2-13 battle. What a scrap. Aster manages to pull through that disaster, barely surviving the first exchange. Aster holds a commanding 74% win rate on this specific map. That usually gives him a massive psychological advantage. I want to see if he can translate that historical dominance into some early lead today. Things are dead like that, 2 apiece, and the tension is rising. Aster is really starting to build some serious forward pressure here. The lower seeded player is certainly feeling the heat right now. He's just on another level right now, securing his 3rd straight victory. Mist answers back immediately to keep this series tight. Neither man is budging with the score tied at 4. Both of these players have been putting in a lot of work today. Aster edges ahead by 1 in a total nail biter. He's definitely showing why he's seated higher on the ladder. The pace is just electric right now. These rounds are deciding winners in a fraction of a second. Mist is fighting hard to avoid a repeat of their last meeting. Aster maintains a slim 1-round cushion. It's a tough run for the challenger after that 4-13 loss earlier today. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, he's defying the odds right now and putting Mist on the defensive. It looks like that 42-13 run today is finally paying off. Time to see if the momentum shifts. Mist is hanging on, trailing by just 1 now. He's fighting hard to close that gaps between their ladder positions. Absolute parity now as Aster and Mist sit tied. Tied series for the number 24 ranked player here. He is completely taking over this set, recording another pristine victory to hold the lead. Aster claws back into the lead, keeping the game perfectly balanced. Aster currently holds a slight lead in their head-to-head record. Aster just reclaimed a single round's advantage. That was an incredibly fast exchange. Total deadlock once again at 9-0. The veteran experience of over 5,000 matches is starting to show. Aster is really putting the pressure on now, looking to close this thing out quickly. That head-to-head record is becoming even more lopsided as we go. We are back to a stalemate at 10 apiece. It's an incredibly stubborn performance from the lower ranked side. Unreal. Both players were practically shredded, but he just barely walked away from that chaotic trade. Total chaos in that one, but he manages to stay alive. Aster just shuts the door on that rally and moves within striking distance of the finish. Mist manages to secure a crucial stop here, keeping his hopes alive for the match. That was a much cleaner sequence for the underdog. Game over. Aster closes out the match with a final burst to secure the win. He really had to dig deep for this one, but he manages to hold his ground. Mist was putting up an incredible fight. Hard-fought win. welcome to the stream. We've got Lancer and Aster going head-to-head on Mapas to see who takes the win. Lancer makes it quick, catching Aster before he can even get his footing on the ramp. A strong start for him considering Aster's high win rate lately. Aster enters this set with a massive 43-13 record over the last day. You know, it's a stark contrast to how he's starting right now. He usually seems to have Lancer's number in these head-to-head battles, so you have to wonder if the early pressure is getting to him. Lancer is putting on a clinic, leading 3-1. He's definitely playing with a lot of confidence right now. Lancer is putting an awful lot of pressure on the favorites early on. Really flipping the script from that 13-6 loss we saw on Fast Aim. He's just completely taking over, adding a third straight to his tally. Lancer is definitely playing like the one to beat right now. Aster answers back immediately with a tidy shot to keep the gap manageable. He's clearly fighting to get his head back in the game. He's refusing to go away, putting together a strong pair of rounds to narrow the gap. Lancer has really shaken the rankings in this series since Aster is currently rated higher on our ladder. He's showing a lot of grit by refusing to let that rating gap dictate the pace. I think he's playing as if he's already forgotten those losses from earlier in the day. Unreal. He barely scrapes by with a tiny bit of health left, surviving that shootout from the ramp. Lancer takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Well, he's just playing a very clean game right now. Everything is going exactly as we predicted coming into this one. Time to see a big response. Absolute chaos in that exchange, and Aster just barely holds on to survive. He is consistently finding a way to scrape through these. Lancer pushes his advantage further to make it 9-5. Lancer is really making his case today despite the head-to-head history. Aster manages another round, pulling into a 9-6 deficit. He's continuing his climb back, putting an end to that little surge from Lancer. Lancer really needs to find some stability here. Lancer holds a 3-round cushion as we hit 10-7. A solid effort to stay ahead of the higher rated player. Aster wins a tight scramble, continuing to claw his way back into this series. The momentum shift is palpable despite the initial expectations. These two are trading blows back and forth, but Lancer is managing to keep the upper hand in this exchange. He's making a strong case for that favorite status. Lancer shuts the door on that comeback attempt and now stands just a single round away from victory. He is really asserting himself against a high-rated opponent. A scrap for the ages, but Aster manages to outlast him in that trade. A huge sigh of relief for Aster to avoid the collapse. Game over. Lancer comes through the clutch to seal the series. He really stepped up when it mattered, proving he can hold his own regardless of who's on the other side. Welcome to the Dunes. Lancer and Mist are stepping up for a great 1v1 showdown. Let's see who takes it. Lancer currently holds a significant head-to-head lead with 851 wins over Mist. That long-term superiority makes this a huge mental hurdle for Mist to overcome. We have to see if that historical pressure starts to weigh on the front runner. Lancer's comfortably ahead, putting Mist on the back foot. He's looking very sharp after that recent win over Mist. We're completely deadlocked here. Both players are trading rounds back and forth in a real battle of nerves. Lancer is just one step ahead at 3-2. Lancer is really putting on a clinic today after that strong showing against Aster. Lancer is really pulling away now, leading 4-2. It's tough to find a spark when the last few hours have been this rough. Mist has really tightened up the gap here, refusing to let Lancer build any serious momentum. A complete reset at 4 apiece. We're back to square one. Lancer claws back into the driver's seat at 5-4. Lancer is really capitalizing on his status as the favorite here. Lancer currently looks very strong with a 2-win streak in his recent form, combined with a positive trajectory today. He's really starting to distance himself. Mist is just fighting an uphill battle to get back into this one. Lancer takes a 7-5 lead into the break. You know, we expected this to be a coin flip, but Lancer looks a bit more comfortable here. It will be interesting to see if Mist can close that gap on the switch. Let's see if Mist finds a rhythm. Mist has narrowed the gap to 7-6. The gap on the ladder is small, but Lancer still looks safer. Absolute parity now. Mist has finally caught up to 7-7. A lightning fast exchange, and he's totally in control now, claiming his third straight. He manages to shut that down, bringing the score back to a dead heat. The higher ranked player is showing some real resilience here. Mist takes the edge with a narrow 9-8 lead. He's shaking off that rough stretch of games he's had recently. Mist is really surging now, holding a 2-round cushion. The 24 rated player is really making a statement here. The momentum has shifted completely as Lancer is now breathing down the neck of the leader. A welcome shift for the guy sitting at 16th on the ladder. Unbelievable. Mist has fought back to force a total stalemate. The 16 rated player is simply too consistent in these high pressure spots. Mist is really refusing to let this game slip away, keeping the pace incredibly high. That was a quick reaction to snap this. What a sequence for Mist, moving to 12 rounds and putting himself in a position to close this out right now. What an incredible finish. Mist closes it out with that final duel to take the victory. He's finally managed to bridge that massive historical gap today. It's huge to see him come out on top after everything. What a fight. welcome to the arena. We have Aster and Mist facing off today to see who comes out on top. Aster is really looking sharp today with a 43-14 record over the last few hours. That kind of momentum is exactly what he needs to pull ahead in this rivalry. It'll be interesting to see if he can keep that heat up. Mist takes a commanding lead, sitting at 2-1. Mist seems to have the upper hand in this specific pairing. That's another fast one for him, extending this run to 3 straight. The slight favorite is starting to look very vulnerable here. He's completely in control, walking away with an effortless 4th round in a row. Aster finds his footing and answers back, proving he's not going down without a fight. Oh, total shutout here as Aster continues his surge, narrowing the gap further. Aster has a strong historical advantage here, holding a 55% success rate against his opponent. Well, it's making this current deficit even more surprising given how he's typically performed in this head-to-head. He'll need to find another gear if he wants to reclaim that lead. Unbelievable, he barely clings to life in that exchange, but manages to secure another round. That was a nail-biter, honestly. Mist keeps the pressure high, leading 7-4. It's been a tough climb for the number 13 seed today. Mist takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, things are playing out exactly as the pre-match favorites predicted. Aster is fighting an uphill battle, but he can definitely narrow this gap in the second half. Let's see some fireworks now. Aster strikes back, bringing the tally to 5-8. He's definitely fighting to get back to the top 10 spot. What a lightning fast response, and he's starting to look really comfortable in this series. Mist holds a narrow 3-round lead at 9-6. The lower ranked player is firmly in the driver's seat right now. He's showing some real grit here, putting on a display of pure speed to chip away at that lead. Absolute chaos in that trade, and he barely survives the scrap with a tiny sliver of health. That's a whole lot of stress for a single round. Sensationally efficient, he's completely erased the deficit, bringing this game to a dead heat. He is simply unstoppable right now, cruising into a 1-round lead. Mist answers back instantly to level the playing field. A complete stalemate heading into these final frames. A perfectly clean kill puts him in the driver's seat now. That was a sharp exchange, really putting the pressure on Mist. He's simply refusing to let this match slip, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. A crucial stop there, keeping the dream alive for the underdog. He's proving he can handle the pressure of the bigger spotlight. Fierce battle for control, but he manages to prevail to force this series into overtime. He clawed his way through a brutal firefight to secure the lead in this overtime thriller. Exactly the kind of resilience we've seen from him in previous series. He's staying aggressive, powering through to secure another commanding lead. Everything is just falling into place for him right now. Complete shutout of a round, putting Aster on the verge of a huge victory. The momentum shift has been absolute.
decisive stop by Mist, who refuses to let the game end just yet. That was a sharp reset after a shaky few rounds. Absolutely untouchable. He keeps this comeback alive with another perfect round. He's simply on fire right now, cruising to a huge advantage after that effortless win. Mist is completely shaking off the nerves now. Aster claims the lead with a tight 16-15 score. Absolute deadlock at 16-all. Neither man will budge. Mist steps back ahead, clutching a 17-16 lead. He's really digging in deep to find a way back. Mist extends the gap to 18-16 after that clash. The momentum is swinging hard in his direction now. A crushing blow to Aster's confidence right now. Mist is just dominating with a 19-16 cushion. He just keeps digging deeper and deeper to close this out. Aster really threw everything at him in that overtime stretch, but it wasn't enough. What a fight. Welcome everyone to Fast M. We have Lancer taking on Aster today, with the favorite looking to stay on top. Aster has been incredibly sharp today with a 43-15 record over the last day, and honestly, it looks like he's bringing that high level of confidence into this specific matchup. Lancer is already trailing, and he'll need to find a way to shift the pressure back onto his opponent if he wants to stay in this. Absolute control from the favorite, who just secured the perfect third round. Lancer answers back with a lightning fast reaction, proving he's not going down without a fight. He's staying composed and continuing the rally, keeping the gap small. The slight favorite is finally starting to assert himself. Unbelievable, he surged back to level the game, erasing that early deficit entirely. Just proves why the pre-match odds were in his favor. That was a messy exchange, but he comes out on top to take the lead. He definitely has the psychological advantage in their head-to-head history. Lancer is putting up a real fight, evening things up at 4-4 with a perfectly executed shot. The head-to-head history between these two just got much tighter. Lancer shuts things down from the ramp to take a narrow lead. Lancer's confidence is peaking just as we approach the midway mark.
Aster really stepped up his game to secure that win and pull this series right back to a dead heat. Neither side can truly pull away from the other right now. He maintains the upper hand from the ramp, continuing a strong push right before the break. A huge mental boost for him heading into the break. We're all tied up at 6-6. Well, that's exactly what we expected to see from a close match. Both players looked very steady during those identical 3-round bursts, and it's just a toss-up. Who takes control here? Let's see who blinks first. Lancer refuses to fade away, digging deep to reclaim the lead in this match. Aster is really feeling the pressure now. He's finally starting to play like the favorite. Another effortless win for the trailing player who simply refuses to crack. Lancer is simply refusing to let anything slip. He's totally in control now. Securing another effortless kill from the ramp to push the lead to 9-6. Aster hangs tough and wins another, refusing to let the gap widen. A much needed break in momentum for the trailing player. He claws back even further, securing another result from the ramp to stay within reach. He's quickly erasing that lead. What a turnaround. He edges out the duel on the ramp to finally bring the score level. Total reset of the board as soon as we hit 10. He's just unstoppable right now, securing another win to keep this momentum rolling. He's just cruising now, putting together a 5-round tier to put himself in a commanding spot. Lancer has completely lost his footing in this series. Lancer just halted that slide, showing great spirit with a perfect sequence to pull within 1. He's certainly playing to his status as the preferred pick here. What a recovery. Aster secures a fast kill on the ramp to put himself just 1 round away from victory. Lancer keeps the dream alive by snatching Aster off the ramp with a lightning fast shot. Flawless finish to level it up. We are headed into overtime after a gritty fight from Lancer. It's anyone's game now with a completely clean slate for overtime. Smashed it. He remains utterly composed to secure a huge advantage in this overtime clash. The underdog is truly finding his second wind in this overtime. Lancer keeps the pressure high, continuing his incredible run to hold the line at 13-13. A complete deadlock now as we head deeper into the tiebreaker. A sheer blur of motion and he just wipes Aster out of the way. Staggering speed of execution for that fight. He completely shuts him down in the window, continuing this gritty climb back into the match. Absolutely locked back in to prevent a disaster here. Aster just took charge, knocking him off the ramp to put himself on the verge of victory. He is really starting to reclaim the momentum here. Unbelievable. He barely survives that chaotic exchange to seal the series and finish the combat. He really needed those 2 clutch survives to keep his head above water in that overtime chaos. Lancer threw everything he had at this one, but it just wasn't quite enough. What a battle. Welcome everyone. Lancer and Mist are taking over Italy for this match to see who comes out on top. Lancer holds the historical advantage with a 53% win rate in their head-to-head matches. Well, that's a strong lead, but Mist has definitely shifted the momentum in their most recent encounters. It'll be interesting to see if that streak continues here. What a scrap. He barely walks away from that one with his life. Coming off a really active day with 28 rounds played. Mist is dominating right now with a commanding 3-1 lead. Unbelievable. Both players were practically dead in the water, but Lancer manages to scrape through. Mist is cruising through with a solid 4-2 cushion. He's currently on a high note after taking that 13-10 victory. Oh, what a frantic exchange. Lancer somehow comes out on top of that brawl, clinging to life with just 14 HP. Lancer has fought back to make things perfectly even. He's showing a lot more poise than in that earlier loss today. Mist just edges ahead by a single round. He's certainly playing with a lot of confidence after those recent wins. These exchanges are happening incredibly quickly. Lancer is just too fast for him right now. Lancer has snatched the lead, moving ahead 6-5. A bit of an uphill climb for him after a tough start to the day. We've got a dead heat at 6-6 going into the switch. Honestly, this is exactly how we expected a matchup between these two to play out. I'm looking for someone to actually break away in the second half. Let's see who takes it now. Mist regains his narrow lead, putting him up 7-6. It's been a rough run for the top-seeded player today. Mist has a decent 48% all-time win rate over his career and is really starting to make that efficiency count in the second half. It'll be tough for Lancer to claw back into this now. And he's just on fire right now, extending that surge to 3 straight. He's really capitalizing on this high energy run. He just can't be stopped, picking up another one to keep this run alive. A sharp reflex play from Lancer to hold that momentum. He's looking to rebound from that tough outing against Aster. Lancer is putting up a real fight, mirroring that previous play with another effortless take. Absolute purity on that shot, and he just keeps piling on the pressure. A complete reversal of fortunes, and that brings the series back to a dead heat. Mist quickly secures his lead, picking up the exchange from the wine. A lightning fast reaction puts him just a single round away from victory. Game over. Mist seals the deal with an incredible final play from the wine. Lancer really pushed him to the brink with those clutch plays, but he just couldn't find a way to close it out. What a fight! Welcome to the show. Aster and Mist are ready to face off on Mapas for a high-stakes duel. Mist comes out swinging with a quick lead, catching Aster right there on the ramp. Mist seems to have the psychological edge in this specific rivalry lately. Aster has the overall advantage with 16 wins in their head-to-head history. It's clear he's having a lot of trouble converting that long-term success into results today. We have to wonder if the early pressure is starting to get to him. A fierce exchange of fire here, but Aster manages to outlast him to get back on the board. He's finally starting to show why he entered as the favorite. He is refusing to go away, securing another quick win to bring this closer. He's playing like the higher ranked seed we expected to see. Unbelievable, he has completely flipped the script, erasing that early deficit to bring us all the way back to a deadlock. A complete turnaround from how this match started. Just a total shutout for Mist, and now he's officially climbed into the lead. That was an incredibly clean kill to take control. He's just unstoppable right now, pushing that streak to 5. He's definitely looking like the more comfortable player throughout this set. Goodness! That was a slugfest. He barely clings to life with 14 health to secure his 6th straight victory. Mist answers back immediately, showing great resolve to claw his way back into this series. Mist continues the climb with another victory from the ramp, keeping the pressure high as we approach the break. We head into the break with Aster leading 7-5. I mean, he's really putting that superior map win rate to use right now. He looks very steady though. Mist is fighting back hard to keep this close. Time to see who blinks first. That was a gritty fight, but he manages to outlast Aster to keep this climb alive. He is playing with a lot of confidence now. The momentum has completely shifted, bringing us back to a dead heat. The underdog is really stepping up to this challenge. Aster just landed an effortless shot to seize the lead once again. Just a reminder that Aster is currently the top seed in the bracket. He's really digging in, refusing to give an inch as he continues this surge. He really looks like the top seed we saw on the ladder. The challenger refuses to break, putting up another fight to keep this set wide open. That was a lightning fast encounter to stop the momentum. A complete wipeout to bring things back to a dead even split. Tense atmosphere now as we hit total parity. The tide has completely turned and is now firmly in control of the series. Pure grit from the challenger to overturn the initial expectations. He uses that elevation on the ramp to nail the target, bringing the score level. Aster isn't letting up, quickly shutting down that small rally to push the score to 11-10. A huge swing for the top-seeded player to find his rhythm. He is simply on a tear right now, securing his 3rd straight kill to put himself in a position to close the game. What a response. Mist stays frosty to deny that final chance, keeping his hopes alive. The pressure is really mounting on the higher ranked star. Incredible, he closes it out with a perfect shot to secure the series. He really had to dig deep for that one, but the experience finally paid off. Mist pushed him to the absolute limit. What a fight. Welcome to the red line map. Lancer and Aster are ready for this duel, and we're excited to see who takes it. Aster holds a strong lead in the head-to-head record with 13 wins over Lancer. That historical advantage seems to be fueling his current confidence today. It'll be interesting to see if he can keep that pressure on as the match develops. He just completely took over, picking Lancer up from the ramp to extend his lead. He's playing a nearly flawless set of matches today. He's just untouchable right now, picking up another effortless victory to reach 4 straight. Lancer finds his mark, knocking Aster right off that ramp to get back on the board. Lancer is fighting for a momentum shift after a rough day. Aster is really putting the pressure on, making it a 5-round gap already. Lancer is really feeling the weight of those recent losses today. Aster is just too quick today, using that ramp position to widen the gap even further. The lower seeded player is really struggling to find any footing today. The momentum swings right back as Aster secures a clean victory to keep the roll going. His consistency reflects that higher standing on our rating. Lancer manages to secure another one for himself from that ramp position. Aster has a clear path here after going 45-15 over the last day. That high volume of winning is translating directly into the confidence we're seeing in these exchanges. He's effectively ignoring the pressure and just playing his game. Aster takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, he's completely flipped the script on the pre-match expectations. Lancer is looking lost while the underdog is capitalizing on everything right now. Time for Lancer to wake up. Lancer shuts that down quickly, pulling Aster right off the ramp to keep things interesting. Lancer really needs to shake off those last few losses from his day. Aster is cruising along with a 10-4 lead. He's coming off a high energy victory against Mist earlier today. Aster is simply too quick for Lancer right now, ending these exchanges almost instantly. Looking at the ladder, he's clearly the stronger force here. Aster secures a 3rd straight win from the ramp, putting him on match point. The gap in experience is really showing through. What a fight. He barely survives that exchange to secure the series and seal the victory. Total control from the start to finish. Just a completely different level of play today. Welcome everyone to the arena. We've got Lancer and Mist facing off today to see who takes the win. Lancer holds a significant long-term lead in their head-to-head history. But that dominance is completely absent lately since Mist has won 3 straight meetings. Lancer will need to find an answer fast if he wants to stop this slide. Mist is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. That was a lightning-fast exchange. We are completely deadlocked. Now, neither of these two is giving an inch of ground today. Lancer finally found a way to shake off that tough start. Mist pulls ahead again, taking a 3-2 lead. He's definitely feeling the pressure after that tough loss to Aster earlier today. Are wide open now with Lancer tying it up. Looking at the ladder, these two are practically tied in ranking. Lancer is definitely starting to pile up the pressure here as he builds a decent lead. Total stalemate now. Lancer and Mist are locked at 4. A couple of points separates them on the ladder right now. Lancer just edges ahead, claiming a 5-4 advantage. Lancer looks a lot more composed than he did against Aster. Lancer has a total record of 851 wins against Mist in their history. But he's been fighting an uphill battle lately after struggling through a rough stretch of matches today. It'll be interesting to see if he can actually maintain this specific lead. Lancer takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Honestly, this is playing out exactly how we expected. Both players are keeping it close, and they're proving why they're so similar in the rankings. Time to see who blinks first. Lancer is just running away with it at 8-5. It's a big swing from the result they had in their previous match. Mist refuses to go away, clawing back another one to keep this fight alive. That was an incredibly sharp reaction from him. Lancer's comfortably ahead now, holding a commanding 9-6 lead. The rating gap is virtually non-existent between these two. Lancer is simply dominating now, pushing his lead to 10-6. He's looking far more confident than he did in that loss to Aster. Another clean round for him, and that's 3 straight for the leader. His current form was a real concern heading into this set. What a fight. Mist barely closed this one out after an absolute brawl. Absolute nail-biter of a round there. Lancer recovers instantly and puts himself on the verge of victory. The favorite is really taking control of the map now. He manages to secure his exchange, keeping himself alive in the set. He's fighting through a tough afternoon in the arena. Unbelievable. Lancer closes out the series right here and secures the victory. He really needed this one to snap that losing streak and get his confidence back. A huge relief for Lancer. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Aster and Mist facing off on orange today to see who comes out on top.
Aster has an incredible 75% win rate on this map, so you can tell he's very comfortable with these specific angles. It's no surprise he's coming in with a lot of confidence after taking their last head-to-head meeting. Mist will need to find an answer quickly. Aster is cruising with a 2-1 lead right now. His current form is looking dangerous after a massive 46-15 day. Mist is really feeling the heat right now. He needs to find a way to break that momentum. Aster's holding a thin lead as we enter round 6. Tightly contested start for both of these players. Everything is back on the line with a 3-0 deadlock. He's definitely showing he can hold his own against the higher rated player. What a scrap! Both players were nearly depleted, but Aster just barely manages to scrape through. Pure nerves of steel on that final. Aster is sitting on a very healthy 60% win rate over his last 10 matches, and it's starting to look like he's simply too sharp for Mist to handle today. You have to wonder if this is becoming a psychological wall for the underdog. A total shutout here as he continues to push his lead. He's just playing at a different speed right now. Mist gets a clean look at the head, securing another win heading into the break. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, the underdog is definitely playing the role of the aggressor right now. That 4-round burst gave him a ton of momentum, leaving Mist struggling to keep pace. Let's see if Mist can pivot. A completely one-sided exchange, and he's continuing to prove he can stay in this fight. The momentum is swinging back in his... Unreal. After a frantic exchange that left them both nearly empty, he manages to claw back to a 7-7 tie. Aster pulls ahead once more, edging out a slim lead. The gap in their head-to-head looks quite clear tonight. Aster's back in control with a 2-round cushion. It's a brutal run of games for Mist right now. He's simply on a roll, taking this round without taking a single point of damage. His current dominance really mirrors that recent result on Mappas. He's absolutely taking over the map now, racking up 4 in a row. Mist responds with a quick reaction to halt the slide. He's putting on a clinic right now, walking away from this one without a scratch. He's proving that the early predictions were a bit too one-sided. Another effortless reaction to bring the score within a single round. The pressure is shifting back onto the favorite. A quick exchange, but he secures the edge and puts himself just one step away from victory. The favorite is finally finding his footing again. He simply refuses to go down, keeping his hopes alive with a flawless shot. His poise right now is a massive contrast to that earlier slide. What a finish! Aster shuts the door with a lightning fast shot to close out the series. He's just showing way too much consistency today, while Mist really fought his heart out to stay in this. What a battle.
Welcome everyone, we're live on Dunes for an exciting match between Lancer and Aster. Let's see who takes the win. Aster enters this series with a strong 47-15 record today. It's clear he's carrying a lot of momentum into this specific pairing, especially after that decisive victory in their most recent meeting. He'll be looking to maintain that pace right here. Simply untouchable right now as he puts 3 more on the board. He's certainly playing like the favorites of... Lancer responds with a clean strike to get back on the board. Lancer is starting to prove he can hold his own in this setup. Lancer just walked right through him quickly, evening the odds to a narrow deficit. Lancer is putting a huge amount of pressure on the early favorite. Aster keeps a comfortable 2-round lead over Lancer. He is consistently proving why he's sitting higher on the ladder. Lancer typically draws a lot of support from the betting community in this matchup, and honestly, it's surprising to see him struggling so much against a player he often keeps close. He really needs to find a way to break this current slide before Aster completely shuts the door. Aster is simply too fast, extending his lead with another quick victory. He's certainly taking advantage of that head-to-head edge. Lancer gets the faster reaction here to shut things down. He's definitely fighting back from that tough 13-4 defeat they shared recently. Aster is firmly in control with a 3-round cushion. Lancer is certainly playing above his current rank here. We head into the break with Aster leading 8-4. You know, it's a total role reversal from the pre-match hype. The underdog is looking extremely comfortable right now and seems completely unaffected by the pressure. Lancer manages to close that gap to 5-8. The gap in the rating seems to be shrinking fast. Lancer keeps the momentum moving, refusing to back down and securing another effortless point. A very sudden shift in energy right here. Lancer is simply on fire, keeping the surge going to put himself right on Aster's heels. Aster shuts down that run immediately, reclaiming the lead for himself. Looks completely unfazed, keeping the pressure high to stay within striking distance. A quick trade of rounds as this one tightens up. What a scramble! Lancer barely survives that exchange to bring the series all the way back to a deadlock. Absolute chaos in that trade. Just barely keeping his head above water. Lancer's rating is just a bit lower than his opponents today. What an unbelievable turnaround. Lancer has clawed his way back to pull the series completely level. Total deadlock moving forward from here. Aster is responding perfectly to the pressure, quickly reclaiming a narrow advantage as we head into the final stretch. Both players landed their shots, but Aster manages to survive the exchange to reach match point. Just a sheer lack of patience from the other side there. And there it is. Aster closes out the series with a huge finish. Lancer really pushed him to the limit in that second half, but he just couldn't find that final push. What a fight. Welcome to the stream. We've got Lancer and Mist stepping onto fast aim for a great match today. Lancer has a long-term advantage here, having won 53% of their head-to-head battles. Well, it's interesting because Mist usually performs better on this map overall. I'm curious if that home field advantage will outweigh the head-to-head history as this set continues. Lancer secures another one from the ramp, extending the gap to a 3U lead. The rating gap is small, but the pressure is mounting for Mist. Lancer continues the onslaught from the ramp, completely shutting out his opponent. Absolutely ruthless. He's just completely owning this map right now. Mist finally gets his first tally of the map, catching Lancer wide open. He's definitely fighting for a tough set of matches today. Mist is really starting to push back quickly, shutting down Lancer even with the high disadvantage. Lancer is sitting on a massive historical lead with over 800 wins over Mist in their rivalry. It's a mental edge that seems to be paying off today despite Mist's overall strength. We'll see if Mist can actually overcome that psychological hurdle. He's just too fast from the ramp, extending his lead to a commanding 8-2. He's simply not letting up, taking another round as we head toward the half. He's just completely in control heading into the break. Lancer heads into the break with a 10-2 lead. Honestly, the gap here is staggering. Mist has the higher map win rate, but he's just not finding any answers for Lancer's accuracy today. Time for a fresh start. Mist managed to hold the high ground this time to grab another point. Lancer had the upper hand in their last encounter as well. Lancer is just dominant now, sitting at a 10-4 lead. He's definitely shaking off some of those recent losses today. What a nail beater! He barely clings on with a tiny sliver of health to secure another point. Absolute chaos on that exchange, barely a pixel of health left. Fierce firefight ends with Lancer coming out on top, putting him just a single round away from victory. Mist answers back with a clean burst from the ramp to keep himself in this fight. Mist is on fire, quickly picking him off the ramp for another round. A huge shift in energy as he finds his footing again. What a turnaround! He secures another point from the ramp, keeping this hot streak alive. He's completely stalled the momentum on his way back. Incredible poise from Mist, extending his run to 4 straight wins. The underdog is truly making his presence felt in this half. Both players took a huge amount of damage, but Mist edges out the trade to keep the streak moving. Lancer is finally feeling the pressure of this comeback. Lancer closes the door right here, digging in for the final kill to secure the victory. Mist really fought back to make this a contest, but he just couldn't close the gap in the end. What a fight. Welcome everyone, we're live on Redline for this clash between Aster and Mist to see who takes the win. Aster is currently dominating his day with a 48-15 record, and he's carrying that heavy momentum right into this series. It makes sense why he's looking so confident after taking that first round, but we'll see if Mist can find a way to break this cycle. Aster's comfortably in the driver's seat at 2-1. Mist is certainly fighting back from a rough stretch today. The speed of these exchanges is just blistering, barely any time to react before the round's over. Mist really tightened things up there, shutting Aster down while he was perched on the ramp. It's a tight battle, similar to their last encounter on Orange. Aster is really starting to pull away here, and that high ground on the ramp gave him exactly the edge he needed. Aster's overall record in their history is a strong 18-14 in his favor. That historical head-to-head advantage usually pays dividends in these types of high-pressure matches. We really have to wonder if Mist has anything left in the tank to turn this around. Aster puts an end to that briefly and takes the lead back from the ramp. The top half of the ladder is really making its presence felt. Aster is just completely in control here, using that height advantage on the ramp to keep the pressure on. Mist is really digging in his heels here, proving that Aster isn't just going to coast to a victory. Aster holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. You know, he's playing the role of the underdog perfectly right now. Mist really needs to step up his game if he wants to avoid a total collapse. Time to swap sides. He's refusing to back down, narrowing the gap to just one round. That was an incredibly clean sequence from him. Absolutely effortless. He's completely erased that early deficit to bring things dead even. Everything is wide open now that the favorite has been reeled in. Aster keeps his composure and shuts that down, making sure Mist doesn't get any more momentum from that high ground. His recent form has been absolutely stellar, with 5 straight wins. Hard-fought exchange that puts everything on a dead heat at 8-8. A massive shift in pressure for the favorite. Goodness! He barely walks away from that one, clawing back a lead with the skin of his teeth. He's showing incredible nerves in these low health scrambles. What a grit performance from Mist, fighting through a heavy exchange to tie this setup at 9-all. Neither side is willing to give an inch in this deadlock. Aster sneaks ahead, claiming a narrow 1-round cushion. He's looking much more comfortable than he did in those last few games. What a response. He secures a flawless kill from the ramp to bring the series completely level. Both players are fighting on equal footing now. Aster is really putting the squeeze on here, clawing back into a commanding lead as we head into the final stretch. A precise duel from the ramp, and Aster has the game on the line. The pressure is really starting to mount for Mist now. Unbelievable. Aster closes it out with a perfect finish to claim the victory. Mist really pushed him to the limit there, but he just couldn't find that final opening to shut things down. What a fight! Welcome everyone to the Berserk League. Lancer and Aster are facing off on Italy to see who comes out on top. Aster has clearly been the more consistent force today with a 49-15 record. He's coming into this as the favorite after beating Lancer in their most recent meeting. The big question is whether he can maintain that lead as this one starts to heat up. Aster holds a slight edge as we head back in. He definitely looks comfortable in the 12th spot today. He's simply too fast right now, extending his run to 3 straight. Lancer is certainly feeling the pressure of that head-to-head history. Absolute perfection on that shot, keeping the streak alive with another total shutdown. The momentum has completely shifted. Aster is just untouchable right now, taking 5 straight. A hard-fought exchange, but Lancer digs deep to break the streak. The number 18 man is starting to carve out some space. Lancer's historical win rate on this map sits right at 50%. He's usually more competitive here. But the current scoreline doesn't suggest he's finding that same level of comfort. It'll be tough to climb back if he can't capitalize on his usual map strength. Aster is really cruising toward a dominant 7-3 finish. Lancer is refusing to let this slide, trading blows with Aster back and forth to keep things tight. Lancer is showing some resilience despite the odds. Aster heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. I mean, the underdog is really putting the pressure on. Lancer just can't stop the momentum from rolling his way right now. Time to reset and go again. Lancer is fighting hard, but Aster holds an 8-5 lead. Just a glimpse of that high-level play we expect from him. Aster is just one step away from the finish. He looks just as sharp as he did during that win on Dunes. Lancer is staying persistent here, refusing to let Aster pull too far ahead as we enter the final stretch. Lancer is starting to carve out a real comeback here, taking another round with a completely clean shot. Aster still holds a commanding 3-round lead. Aster's superior head-to-head record is really starting to show. He's refusing to go away, keeping the gap at 2 rounds. This grit is exactly why he's viewed as a dangerous opponent today. The matches are coming down to a complete coin toss, and Aster is the one winning the toss right now. Unreal, Lancer barely survives a brutal slugfest to keep this rally alive. Lancer is clawing back into this, refusing to let the gap widen. He is on fire now, securing his 2nd straight point without taking any damage. Aster shuts it down right now, dropping Lancer from the wine to secure match point. The higher seed is quickly reclaiming control of the server. What a finish! Aster shuts everything down and secures the victory. Lancer fought his heart out and almost forced a tie, but he just couldn't close those gaps when it mattered most. He had to work for that. Welcome to the Berserk League. Lancer and Mist are facing off on Mappas to see who comes out on top. What a fight. Lancer barely manages to survive that scramble to take the first round. The head-to-head history clearly favors Lancer here. Lancer is sitting on a decent career win rate of 46% across thousands of matches. It's clearly a strong foundation, but his current form is definitely slipping. Now we see if he can steady the ship after a rough day in the league. We've got a dead heat with Lancer and Mist tied up. He's really putting on a show tonight, despite a tough run today. Lancer is looking really steady here, consistently coming out on top in these quick exchanges. He's showing a bit more composure than Mist has had today. Lancer is firmly in control with a 2-round cushion. A bit of a tough afternoon for the opponent so far today. Mist is fighting back, now trailing by just 1. It's a tight battle between 2 of the top 25 players. The momentum has completely flipped. Mist is on fire right now and looks far more dangerous than he did at the start. Absolutely untouchable right now. He just completely shut Lancer down. Lancer answers back quickly to bring things back to a level state. It's interesting seeing these two keep pace with each other. Mist has snatched the lead, putting Lancer on the back foot. A great way to bounce back from that tough loss on fast aim. Mist holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. I mean, this is a very competitive start given how close their map win rates are. Lancer will need a strong surge after the switch to reclaim control. Time to see who blinks first. Unbelievable. He barely escapes with his life after dragging Lancer off the ramp in a chaotic exchange. That was an incredibly messy way to close out the round. Lancer refuses to back down, digging in to close the gap to 2. The early favorite is starting to find his footing again. Mist really likes that high ground, keeping Lancer pinned down from the boxes. His recent 30% form makes this run even more impressive. Lancer has won over 50% of their historical encounters, but that edge seems to have vanished today. And honestly, looking at his recent 15-21 record, the gap in quality isn't as wide as those all-time numbers suggest. Lancer is really fighting an uphill battle right now. Absolute chaos in this duel, but he comes out on top and puts himself just 1 round away from victory. The underdog is really asserting himself in this series. He comes through with a crisp shot to keep this fight alive. He's really showing a lot of grit to keep this game within reach. What a finale. Mist closes the door on the series with a perfect finish. He just completely outclassed the competition here. It's a huge result for him to shake off those recent losses and walk away with the series. Welcome to the Junes. We have Aster and Mist stepping up for this match. Let's see who takes the win. Aster has an impressive 80% win rate over his last 10 matches. It's clear he's carrying a huge amount of momentum into this server. It will be interesting to see if Mist can find a way to break that rhythm and force a closer game. Mist is really surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. The underdog is showing a lot of confidence early on. Everything is completely reset. We've got a dead heat on our hands after just 4 rounds. He's been very consistent with his play today. Mist has a slim edge heading into the 5th. A strong showing from a player currently sitting at rank 24. Things are wide open now that Aster leveled it. He's been dominating his other matchups today. These exchanges are happening so quickly. Mist is putting immense pressure on the clock. Aster holds a 19-14 lifetime lead over his opponent in this head-to-head series. And honestly, the current score is a bit of a shock. He's typically the one who closes these out. So it's interesting to see Mist taking control of the map. Another point for Mist, and he is just totally in control of the map right now. A total shutdown, extending that run to 5 straight as he closes out the first half. It's been an absolute landslide leading into the break. Mist holds an 8-4 lead as we head into the break. I mean, the favored player is simply doing exactly what he needs to do. He's capitalized on every mistake to put himself in a great spot. Aster needs to wake up now. Mist is running away with this, staring down a 9-4 lead. Despite his higher standing, he's looking completely lost in this set. Mist just hits double digits, leaving Aster in the dust. It's a completely different story than their last clash on Red Line. The streak is back on, and he didn't let his opponent even breathe. He's simply too fast today, and now he's just 1 round away from the victory. The top seed is completely outclassing the competition right now. What a finish! He secures the map with a huge closing sequence. He just completely erased that head-to-head lead in one go, leaving the higher seed with no answers today. Welcome to the arena. We have a great match today as Aster takes on Mist to see who comes out on top. Aster has clearly been the better player over their long history with a 19-15 lead in head-to-head matches. But Mist is currently on a hot streak and has the psychological edge coming off that landslide victory in their most recent clash. It'll be interesting to see if Aster can flip the script today. What a fight. Both of them were trading huge damage, but Aster manages to barely scrape through. It's a much needed response after that rough loss on Junes earlier today. Aster is just completely outclassing him right now, picking up another effortless victory. Mist answers back quickly, narrowing the gap to a single round. He's definitely showing that confidence from their previous map today. Aster holds a solid 2-round lead right now. A strong showing after a tough run this morning. After Aster is barely holding his narrow lead at 4-3. Both players have been incredibly active during this session. Aster is clearly showing the form that has led him to a 15-16 run today. You know, the momentum is firmly on his side as he continues to outpace the field throughout this session. He's really looking to solidify his control over this match. Mist secures a flawless victory here, continuing to chip away at that lead. The underdog is starting to push back against the grain. He's putting up a real fight, keeping the pressure on as we head into the mid-match break. And that's a huge swing in momentum just before the intermission. We are locked in at 6-6. I mean, it looks like we have a dead heat here. Aster is proving he can go toe-to-toe with the favorite, making this a complete toss-up going into the switch. Let's see who breaks first. Aster just reclaimed the lead with a tight 7-6. He's showing why he's currently sitting at number 12. Aster pulls ahead to an 8-6 advantage. He's making the most of that 65% map advantage. He just can't be stopped right now. That's another clean win for Aster. The gaps in rating between these two are really starting to show. Mist is refusing to go away, shutting everything down with a complete read on that play. That's a huge Kochi of air for the challenger. Another fast one for Mist, who is really digging in to claw back into this game. The pressure is mounting on the favorite as this lead shrinks. Aster stabilizes things and moves up to 10-8. The higher ranked player is really starting to exert his will. Mist is showing incredible grit, shutting down the momentum with a lightning fast reaction. He's really fighting to erase the gap between them. It's become a total back and forth. Neither player can put a real string of rounds together right now. Aster is back in control and just needs one more to end it. That's just sheer precision on the flick. He's showing some serious heart here, delaying the inevitable and keeping himself in the fight. That's a strong showing from someone who started the day as the underdog. Unbelievable! Aster closes it out with a perfect finish to secure the win. That was an absolute grind from both sides, but Aster just refused to let this one slip away. He really earned that victory today. Hard-fought win. Welcome everyone to Orange. We have Aster and Mist facing off today to see who can hit 13 rounds first. Aster heads into this as a favorite with a 75% win rate on this map. Well, that historical advantage makes the early deficit a bit more surprising. It will be interesting to see if he can claw back to a lead. Mist is really starting to dictate the pace here. The tide has completely turned here. Aster is really starting to put on the pressure. Mist holds a narrow edge as we hit round 5. Mist really seems to thrive whenever they face this opponent. Mist is just cruising with a 4-2 lead. The momentum is shifting completely from their last meeting. A complete shutout as Mist keeps this streak rolling. Aster's superior rank isn't making a difference here. He's simply too fast right now, extending that lead to 6. Just a stark contrast to the recent match on Blame map. Aster finally answers back, cutting the gap to 3. That's a strong showing for a player already at 51 and 16 today. Emotion Mid, looking at the numbers, Aster holds a healthy 20-15 lifetime lead in their head-to-heads. It's a huge historical cushion, but Mist is completely ignoring the script today. He's making the higher rated player look really uncomfortable. Emotion Mid. Mist takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, the favorite is simply coming out on top, just as we anticipated. Aster will have to tighten up if he wants to close this gap. Let's see if the roles reverse. Mist stays in control with an 8-5 advantage. That's a huge experience gap, considering Mist has played over 5,000 total games. He keeps fighting back, surviving a tough exchange to secure his 2nd straight win. Mist is still firmly in the driver's seat at 9-6. A quick adjustment there to shut down the rally. Mist is putting a stranglehold on things at 10-6. Despite the gap in the ladder, the underdog is just playing flawlessly. Emotion Mid, Aster is refusing to go down quietly. He's definitely fighting to keep his hopes alive. Here, Emotion Mid. What a performance. He is simply outclassing his opponent right now, securing a 2nd straight victory. Mist just shut down that little rally immediately. He's not letting Aster get any air tonight. A rapid response to end that rally. Mist is now just 1 round away from a victory. A clutch reaction there to keep the dream alive. The favorite is desperately trying to find some stability here. He's staying focused, refusing to let this series slip away just yet. It's surprising to see him this close after that early struggle. Unbelievable. He closes it out with a perfect final shot to secure the victory. Aster really tried to fight back in those final rounds, but he just couldn't find that one last opening. What a fight. Welcome everyone to the Berserk League. We have Aster and Mist facing off today on fast aim for a great duel. What a fight. Mist barely escapes that one with his life to take the opening round. The favorite will need a strong response after that start. Mist is really treating this series like a clean sweep so far, absolutely shutting down anyone who tries to hold the ramp. Another fast exchange, and he's now sitting on a 3-round streak. It's a tough start for someone who has generally dominated this pairing. Aster finds his mark and knocks him right off the ramp. He can't let the deficit widen too far this early. He's proving he belongs here, putting the pressure back on Mist as the gap closes. He's starting to play like the favorite we expected. Aster holds a 2016 lead in their head-to-head history. It's interesting to see that dominance fade given the current score. He has usually been the better player in this pairing, but the momentum has clearly shifted in Mist's favor today. And he levels the playing field. We are all square at 4 apiece. Both of them are looking completely equal right now. He's completely taken control of this map, moving ahead with a strong 3-game surge. It's the momentum swing we were waiting for. Mist responds quickly, regaining a hold on the map as we head into the final stretch of the half. Aster keeps the pressure high, continuing his surge as soon as the fight breaks out. That puts him in a great spot heading into the half. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break. He's definitely defying the odds right now. He has been the more consistent player today and is putting a lot of pressure on Mist to recover. Time to see if Mist can pivot. Mist puts the pressure right back on the leader by securing that high ground. He is really putting up a fight despite the lower rank. Mist is on a roll, and he's doing it by owning that ramp right now. A really tight series for the ranked 20 player so far. Total authority from the trailing player who just wiped out the opposition's momentum entirely. He is completely in control now, securing another effortless win to keep the streak alive. He just shut that down instantly, refusing to let the momentum slip away. Mist has been remarkably tough to beat lately, taking 4 of their last 5 head-to-head clashes. It's really surprising to see a player with a 40% recent win rate put together a run like this. I wonder if he can maintain this surge as the match nears the finish line. Aster manages to shut him down on the ramp and continues his climb back into this match. He needs to find another gear if he wants to close this out. A completely effortless trade that puts Mist just 1 round away from victory. The underdog has a huge opportunity to close the book here. Absolutely blistering. Mist finishes the job with a perfect final shot to seal the map victory. Aster put up a valiant fight, but he just couldn't stop that second half surge. A huge statement victory from the 20 spot. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Aster and Mist facing off on Italy to see who takes the win today. Aster really holds the upper hand historically with a 2017 record against Mist. But that seems distant right now since Mist has been the one taking control in their most recent meetings. It will be interesting to see if Aster can shake off these early losses. Mist is now looking strong with a 2-1 lead. He's been on a tear today with 51 wins already. The tide has completely turned. Aster has completely erased that early deficit to tie things up. It's a battle of two top 20 players today. Aster is simply outclassing him right now, claiming another round without taking a single point of damage. Absolute chaos in that exchange, but he claws through the damage to secure his 4th straight win. The momentum is firmly in his hands now. A 5th consecutive round ended in a heartbeat. Mist shows some real grit here, winning a frantic duel to get back in the game. The underdog finally answers back after a rough start. Mist is showing some serious tenacity, putting together a 2nd straight win to narrow the gap. He's on fire now, erasing the deficit entirely to bring this match back to a deadlock. Aster manages to edge out this encounter, reclaiming a slim lead. We're heading into the break with Aster leading 7-5. Honestly, he's looking like he can pull off the upset here. He's outplaying the favorite on a map where he holds a significant historical advantage. Mist just needs a few clean rounds. A high pressure trade, and he comes out on top to keep this comeback alive. The higher seeded player is starting to feel the pressure. He's just untouchable right now. Evening the score with a sudden perfect burst. The search continues for Mist, who just completely shut down that attempt at a comeback. Both players took heavy damage in that fight, but he manages to walk away with his 4th straight win. The pre-match odds are looking like a distant memory now. He's absolutely unstoppable right now, putting up another perfect round to extend the streak to 5. A total shutdown as he picks up his 6th in a row. Aster finally breaks through to put a stop to that run. Slightly better ranking for him overall, but it's a tight race. A quick exchange puts him on the verge of victory, needing only one more round to close this out. What a finish! Mist storms back to seize the victory with an effortless final kill. He's really owning this rivalry lately, taking another huge set from one of the league's best. What a fight! Welcome to Red Line. Let's see if Aster can find a way to bounce back against the currently hot Mist. Aster came out firing and punished Mist for holding that ramp position right away. He definitely wants a different result than those last few head-to-heads. Absolute chaos in this trade, but Mist manages to scrape through with a tiny bit of health. He's really looking for a fresh start after those recent losses. Aster is really leaning into his historical advantage here, taking control of the early lead. We've got a total deadlock at 2 apiece. A clean reset here for the player who entered as the underdog. Aster takes a slim lead as we head into round 6. His recent losses to the opposition make this start feel crucial. Aster has been really productive today with that 51-19 record. It's helping him shake off the frustration of those 3 straight losses earlier in the session. He's clearly playing with a lot more confidence right now. Aster strikes again from the ramp, putting a real stranglehold on the map. He's really turning things around after those 3 straight defeats earlier. He just can't be stopped right now, securing another huge round to extend his run. Mist reacts quicker here, shutting down the run with a prompt burst. What a fight! Mist barely survives that exchange to keep the comeback alive. Absolutely nail-biting stuff to see him walk away with that. What a frantic exchange! He barely walked away from that disaster of a fight. He's really fighting to shake off those 3 straight losses earlier today. Aster holds a 7-5 edge at the break. I mean, he's definitely pushing the pace as the underdog here. Mist has been the stronger player lately, but he is struggling to keep up with Aster's aggression. Aster is really capitalizing on that ramp position, putting a serious amount of pressure on Mist now. It's interesting seeing that head-to-head edge translate to a real lead here. Mist handles his business from the ramp and proves he's still very much in this fight. He's showing why he's the higher seed in this matchup. Aster has managed to take a significant lead despite having a losing record in his most recent matches. He's really utilizing his overall head-to-head advantage to keep Mist on the defensive. It'll be interesting to see if he can close this out before a comeback starts. Mist picks him off the ramp with total ease, continuing this impressive rally. Everything is shifting in his favor right now. He absolutely cleans up the exchange from the ramp to level the score at 9-9. Both players have managed to dig themselves out of deep holes today. Aster comes through on the other end of that trade to reclaim the lead. A perfect exchange from Mist, leveling things up to 10-10. This should have been Aster's map to lose given the early lead. We are seeing some incredibly rapid exchanges here. The rounds are ending almost as soon as they start. A fierce clash between the two on the ramp, but Mist takes it with 0 damage taken to bring the series level. A huge response to keep this game completely open. Aster pulls off a clutch win to put himself just 1 round away from victory. His mental game is looking sharp right now. Unbelievable. He seals the deal with an incredible final exchange to take the series. He just refused to let the momentum shift back for good. After those 3 straight losses earlier, he's finally back in control. What a fight. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Aster and Mist facing off today on Dunes to see who takes the win. Aster enters this series with a strong 52-19 record today. That high volume of wins suggests he's hitting his peak at the exact right moment. He definitely has the psychological edge after claiming their most recent encounter. Absolute perfection from the favorite, taking control of the series with a swift 3-0. Unbelievable. He survives by a thread in a wild scramble to move to 4-0. Mist finally puts a stop to the streak with a clean response. Aster's cruising along with a commanding 5-1 lead. The current head-to-head favors Aster and is showing that right now. Aster has a strong 60% lifetime win rate that serves as a great foundation for his game. It's interesting because Mist is actually the historical favorite for some of these analysts. This looks like a complete reversal of that expectation. Aster is just relentless, pushing the tally to 7-2. He's clearly found a way to solve this matchup. Mist is starting to chip away at that lead, making things a bit more interesting for us. A very competitive matchup given their close ratings on the ladder. Aster just keeps piling on the pressure at 8-3. It's a great start for a player sitting at 13th on the ladder. Aster takes a big lead into the break at 8-4. Well, he's completely defying the odds here. The underdog is putting on a show and looks ready to close this out early. Time to see if Mist Mist grabs another, narrowing the gap to 8-5. That was a swift response from the challenger. He's showing real grit here, shutting down the momentum and putting the pressure back on Aster. Aster holds a firm 3-round cushion at 9-6. That was a fast, decisive reset to stop the momentum shift. Aster pushes further ahead, now sitting at a 10-6 lead. A dominant performance from the top half of the bracket. Unreal. He barely manages to keep his head above water, clutching out the survival by a single digit. What a statement! He closes out this stretch with total precision to move within striking distance of the win. Game over. Aster closes out the set in spectacular fashion. He's just playing on another level today, completely shutting down any chance of a comeback. Welcome to the show. We've got Aster and Mist facing off on fast time to see who comes out on top. Aster holds a 22-18 head-to-head lead over the course of 40 matches. It seems he's really leaning into that historical advantage today. We'll see if Mist can find a way to flip the script. He's just too fast for his opponent, taking another round in full control. He is completely taking over this match, moving to a commanding 4-0 lead. The gap in their recent match form is showing itself quite clearly. He's simply untouchable right now, putting up a perfect 5-0 start. He's making a huge statement after those recent dominant victories. Mist finally answers back, getting a quick victory to put himself on the board. Aster makes an immediate return to the driver's seat, catching Mist from the ramp. He's been putting up some serious numbers throughout the day. Aster has a 53-19 record over the last day. It's clear he's playing with a lot of confidence throughout this session. He's definitely looking to capitalize on that momentum, close this out early. Both players were fighting for the same ground on the ramp, but Aster was just a split second faster. Expectations are being met as the favorite continues to push. Atar is just cruising toward a 7-3 lead. That's a nice response from the number 19 seed. Aster shuts that down quickly, picking Mist right off the ramp. Despite that, Mist usually gets the edge in their matchups. Aster takes a 9-3 lead into the break. It's a surprising start for the underdog, who's outclassing everything we expected from this set. He's effectively outplayed the favorite in every exchange so far. Time to see if the tide turns. Aster stays in the driver's seat at 9-4. He's certainly leaning on a lot of experience with over 5,000 matches played. Mist claws back one more, bringing it to 9-5. The momentum shift is starting to feel real. A total shutdown as he keeps the roll going for a third straight. He's really fighting to keep his spot in the upper half. Aster stops the counter push and gets back in control. He's looking incredibly sharp across these different sets today. Aster is just putting on a clinic, shutting Mist down again while he was trying to play the ramp. A total contrast to the results we saw from their earlier sets. A massive trade in the air, and Aster secures his third consecutive round to move to match point. The lower seeded player simply can't find a way to stabilize. Unreal speed on that final kill to seal the deal. He closes out the match in a huge way. He's just operating on a different level right now, completely owning the pace from start to finish. Welcome to the league. We're on Italy for this one, where Aster takes on Mist in a fresh showdown. Aster has a strong lifetime record against Mist, winning over half of their historical encounters. It's a bit surprising to see him start slow here, considering how he's dominated the last few series today. We'll see if he can get back to that form. Mist is suddenly in total control with a 2-1 lead. Mist is looking incredibly sharp right now, putting a lot of pressure on Aster to respond. Another effortless victory for Mist, who is just completely owning the server right now. He's just outclassing everything right now, taking a commanding lead to 5-1. That's a complete reversal of their previous series today. He's simply too fast for Aster, putting up a huge lead in this series. It's a stark contrast to the 3 straight maps Aster just took. He's simply untouchable right now, extending that streak to 6 straight. He's really making up for those lost maps earlier. The onslaught continues as he just keeps piling on the rounds. A complete shift from those 3 straight maps we saw earlier. It's practically impossible to stop, picking up another quick win to reach 9 rounds. He's just far too sharp, taking another round without taking a single point of damage. Mist takes a heavy 10-2 lead into the break, and honestly, he's just proving why he was a slight favorite coming into this. We've got to see if Aster can claw back from this hole. Aster needs to find his rhythm. Aster has managed a massive 54-19 record across his total games today. It's really starting to look like that high-level confidence is finally overriding the early deficit. We have to see if he can actually sustain this momentum. Aster is refusing to go down without a fight, staying aggressive even with the scoreline stacked against him. He's currently sitting at number 13 on our ladder. Mist was just cruise control for the first half, but he's starting to look a bit shaky now. What a fight. He barely scrapes through that exchange, but that's 3 straight for Aster. Simply a wall of precision from him as the streak hits 4. He's just totally out of control now, taking 5 straight. Huge response from Mist to shut down that run and put himself just 1 round away from victory. Mist is firmly in the driver's seat at 13-8. That's it. He closes out the series with a fierce final exchange to take the win. He's really found his 2nd win today, finally getting a map back against that opponent after such a rough run. welcome to the Berserk League. Today we have Aster taking on Mist in a quick-fire duel on Orange. Aster has a commanding 74% win rate on this map, but he is currently struggling to close out this specific series. It's a tough spot because he has dropped the last few head-to-head encounters. I wonder if the trend continues here. We're taking a very brief time out here on Orange, but stick around for more action. And we are back in the action with Mist holding a one-round lead over Aster. Looking at that 23-19 lifetime lead, this is a tough spot for him. Unreal. That was an absolute slugfest, but he manages to edge out the victory. The higher rated player is looking quite vulnerable right now. He's simply untouchable right now, securing another fast victory to push his streak to 4. The momentum shift is complete, and he's now completely in control with a 5-round lead. Aster finally answers back, claiming a hard-fought round to slow things down. He's certainly looking to bounce back after that narrow defeat on Italy. Aster has put up an impressive 54-20 record over the last day, and honestly we're seeing that confidence flow into his game right now. He's shaking off the early deficit to prove that his individual form is far superior to Mist's recent struggles. Mist is just crushing it with a 7-2 lead. It's surprising to see the favorite struggling to keep up today. Aster is starting to push back, showing he can definitely keep pace with Mist in these fast exchanges. Mist is still comfortably ahead at 7-4. He is on a tear now, securing a 3rd straight win to close the gap before we head into the break. Mist heads into the break with a narrow 7-6 lead. The favorite is firmly in the driver's seat right now. We're seeing a very predictable start to this one, though. Aster's strength on this map keeps things interesting. Fresh start for both players here. What a scrap. He barely closed through that exchange to even the score at 7-7. Everything is wide open now with this Holy cow, what a fight. He manages to survive a total war to take a 1-round lead. Pure chaos now as Aster brings us back to a deadlock. Both of these guys are solidly in the upper half of our rating. Mist edges ahead once again, putting him up 9-8. He's definitely showing a lot of resilience right now. Good heavens! He almost went down. He manages to survive a brutal brawl by the skin of his teeth. This is a complete reversal of their most recent match on Italy. That was a lightning fast exchange with Aster completely shutting him down to keep the pressure on. Auto shutout there. He completely wipes the slate clean to lock this series up at 10 apiece. Both players are fighting in the trenches now. He's just completely unstoppable right now, securing a third straight win to take the lead. His confidence is peaking at exactly the right time. He's on a roll, delivering another fast win to push himself to the precipice of victory. What an incredible finish. He completes the comeback and takes the match. He really found another gear when it mattered. Mist played his heart out, but he just couldn't stop that final run. What a fight. Aster is sitting on a strong 54-20 record over the last day, and it's showing in the early confidence here. This should give him the psychological edge after falling in their most recent series. I'll be watching to see if he can keep this pace up. Welcome to the Dunes. We have Aster and Mist facing off today to see who comes out on top. Mist is simply outclassing him right now, picking up a third straight round with ease. Aster answers back, refusing to let the opponent pull too far ahead. The top 15 on the ladder always put up a fight. Total deadlock now. We're completely tied up at 3 apiece. Mist claws back a thin lead, moving ahead 4-3. That's another solid result for the higher seeded player in this series. Mist is really asserting himself here, especially since he has won 4 of their last 5 encounters. It is a stark contrast to the overall head-to-head record where Aster usually holds the advantage, but the momentum has clearly shifted in his favor today. A quick exchange there, and he proves his grit by shaking off that slump. It's a relief to see the favorite finally finding a way back into it. Mist is firmly in control with a 7-4 lead. He's currently netting out with a negative record for the day. Mist keeps pushing, extending his grip to a commanding 8-4. Mist is really capitalizing on this specific series today. Mist goes into the break with an 8-5 advantage. And honestly, this is exactly how the analysts expected this to look. He's putting his skill on display and controlling the pace of this series. Aster needs a spark right here. Mist is just relentless, pushing the lead to 9-5. He's putting the pressure on despite the overall head-to-head deficit. Mist is just dominant, stretching this to a 10-5 late. Rough way to follow up his recent win on fast aim. Aster is staying in the fight and refusing to just fold up. Still a steep climb despite holding the head-to-head edge. The gap is widening, and at this point, Mist really has the upper hand in the server. A cold-blooded exchange, and now he is just 1 round away from victory. That was an incredibly sharp response to regain the lead. Unbelievable. Mist closes it out with a perfect sequence to claim the victory. He completely shut the door on Aster's momentum here, proving that those previous losses in this series didn't slow him down one bit. Welcome to the Berserk League. We're on red line for this duel between Aster and Mist. Let's see who takes it. What an intense opening exchange. Mist barely scrapes by, surviving with a sliver of health. Mist is just too quick today, shutting Aster down even while he's holding the ramp. Unreal Aster manages to shake him off the box in a frantic trade that nearly cost him everything. He's looking to climb back to that overall head-to-head lead. The tide has completely shifted and Aster is now the one controlling the pace of this duel. He's firmly in control of the head-to-head leg right now. He's simply unstoppable right now, taking his third straight to flip the script on the score. Absolutely crushing it. He's just taking over the map now. Mist answers back immediately with a clean strike to keep this game close. The lower seeded player is really holding his own here. And just like that, we're deadlocked at 4 apiece. The momentum feels heavy for someone sitting at rank 18. Aster pulls ahead by 1 in a nail-biter. This is turning into a real back-and-forth affair. Neither player wants to give up an inch. It's a completely new game for both of them now. That was a total scrap. Both players fighting for the same high ground, but Aster managed to come out on top. Both of these guys have been incredibly active throughout the day. Aster holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. I mean, he's really defying those pre-match expectations right now. The underdog is looking sharp and firmly in the driver's seat as we switch sides. Let's see if Mist resets. Aster continues to push the advantage, using that ramp positioning to keep the pressure on Mist. His higher rating is definitely starting to show. Aster has already managed 55 wins today. It's clear he's simply in a different gear than Mist right now. He's really capitalizing on that momentum to push for a quick finish here. What a scrap. He barely survives that exchange with only 13 HP left, extending his streak once again. Mist finds a clean opening to stop the bleeding here. It's been a tough run lately for him against this opponent. Aster is really putting the pressure on here. The gap is widening quickly. It's an impressive showing given how their last few meetings went. Mist manages to neutralize the ramp position and keeps the game moving forward. He's certainly showing why the odds were leaning his way. Aster is absolutely cruising and now he's just a single round away from victory. The favorite is really making this look effortless. Mist secures a quick victory, forcing Aster to fight for every bit of ground now. This is a huge fight back from the lower seed. Boom! He seals the deal with that final exchange to take the match. He's just on a tear today, finding his mark time and time again to secure this series. Welcome everyone to the Berserk League. Aster and Mist are facing off on fast aim to see who takes the win. Aster currently holds a commanding lead in their all-time head-to-head, winning 25 of their 45 encounters. However, Mist has been the one consistently taking the upper hand in their most recent series of matches. It'll be interesting to see if that trend continues today. Absolute control from the ramp as he secures a third straight win. A tough start for the favorite tonight. He just can't find an answer. Dropping another one from the ramp. Mist looks incredibly sharp after those recent battles. Finally, he secures a round and gets things moving in his direction. Mist simply won't let him settle in, keeping the pressure on the ramp. He's really making the most of his recent success in this rivalry. Both players fighting for that high ground, but Mist proves once again that he's simply faster tonight. Aster's strong morning run across the board isn't translating here. Aster is currently on a tear with a 56-21 record over the last day. Looking at the score, he's finally starting to translate that momentum into this specific series. It'll be interesting to see if he can actually erase a 4-round deficit. That was a total scramble, but he barely edges it out to keep this run alive. Mist puts him down from the ramp, heading into the final round of the half with a comfortable cushion. Mist leads 7-5 at the break. I mean, this plays out exactly as the analysts predicted. He's looking very steady right now, and it'll be hard for Aster to close that gap on the switch. Time to swap sides. Mist keeps his distance with a solid 8-5 lead. Expectations are lining up perfectly for the favorite tonight. Mist pushes the lead to 9-5 and looks unstoppable. Aster is refusing to let this game slip away, putting up a fight to keep the score close. The number 13 ranked player is showing some grit here. Unbelievable! He barely survives that chaotic exchange to bring the deficit down to 2. The pressure is shifting as he claws back into this. Mist puts the hammer down from the ramp to halt that little comeback attempt. The side with the lower rating is certainly making a statement here. Mist is really pulling away here, putting a huge amount of pressure on Aster to find a way back. He's fully in control after that dominant showing on Blame Dunes. Aster is starting to put up some serious resistance here, refusing to let this go quietly. He's really digging in his heels, pulling himself back to within 2 rounds. He's looking incredibly confident after that exchange. Quick reaction from Mist to pick him off the ramp and secure a massive advantage. He's just refusing to go away, shutting this one down instantly to keep the dream alive. What a finish! Mist shuts it down instantly to close out the series. Despite that incredible effort to climb back into it, Aster just couldn't find one last opening. He really fought for every inch today. What a match! Welcome everyone to the Berserk League. We've got Aster and Mist facing off right now on orange. Aster comes in with a 74% win rate on this specific map, and it's a strong contrast to his overall league performance. The stats definitely suggest he's most comfortable in this environment, though the head-to-head history is much closer. Aster is really controlling the pace with a 2-1 lead. A tough start for the favorite so far today. Mist is completely taking over now, flipping the momentum in his favor. Unbelievable. He barely scrapes through with a single point of health after a chaotic exchange. He has been very active today, putting up a solid 56-22 record. Aster's pushing hard now, leading by 2. The overall lead in their head-to-head history is starting to show. Aster holds a slim edge with a 4-3 lead. He's really fighting the tide after that 10-13 loss on fast aim. Aster has played over 400 matches with a 60% win rate, and we are seeing that lifelong consistency translate into a real advantage here. You know, he is managing to keep his composure even while Mist tries to push back. It is going to be tough for the underdog to close this gap. Mist looks stronger now, securing a spotless round to narrow the gap. The favorite is still comfortably in control for now. Aster is just dominating with a huge 3-round cushion. He's really playing like the higher rated man today. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break, and honestly he's proving that his map proficiency is a real factor here. Mist is trailing where most expected him to be ahead, so the pressure is really on him now. Time to see if the momentum shifts. Complete shutdown to start the second half as he keeps his head high and the comeback continues. That's 2 clean wins in a row for the underdog. Aster extends his lead to 8-6 right now. He really knows how to grind out these narrow leads. Holy cow, both players were practically shredded in that trade, but he managed to squeeze out the win. He's certainly making the most of that top 15 ranking. He refuses to buckle, clawing his way back into the game with that fast reflex. The gap is narrowing, putting a lot of pressure on the favorite. He is simply not letting up, maintaining a fierce pace to keep this fight alive. He's definitely showing that the ranking gap is smaller than it looks. He's completely locked in now, bringing this whole game back to a dead heat. He recovers his footing and puts himself back in front. His experience in these high-pressure games is really starting to show. Aster is really starting to pull away now, taking a firm 2-round cushion. Aster puts the pressure on, reaching match point with another quick victory. He is just completely outclassing his opponent at this stage. What a finish. Aster shuts the door on this series with an absolutely clean final blow. He just couldn't shake that 4-round skid in the middle. Mist fought hard, but this map really belongs to the top seed.